Monday, February 2nd. First item of business, new council business, Councillor McFadden.
Good morning, Your Worship. Just a quick report from the SPCA. Some of their numbers: 212 calls last year, picked up 315 poor little strays, and of that 143 were claimed, so they're staying busy. I don't have numbers yet for the calls they make outside of the city, but I've asked them to look into that, and perhaps at some future point in time we'll know how many calls they do in the rural area and Tumbler and perhaps even Chapman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Parsons?
No questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Parsons.
Met with the executive of the Historical Society and just keep you up to date with the task that council assigned to me around the archives and visioning for that, what they want to try to achieve. 2 meetings are scheduled for this month where we will be doing some work with all members of the Historical Society who wish to attend to discern what their aspirations are for the archive, so that should get a report back March if all goes well.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
I had met with the folks that live over at Chapel Hills last week. I believe Councillor Parslow and Javetkov were there the week before that. They were asking me about why the city could not go into their area and plow the snow, and saying that they were paying the same taxes as everybody else. I believe that this is going to be coming up later on in a closed meeting or something like that. Or what was it?
Open meeting.
In an open meeting. I told those folks that I would bring it up, and I kind of muddled through it with them a little bit, telling them that they live in a gated community and they live there for a reason. They knew that they were going to be paying strata fees. I believe and they do have certain things in that area that they're not allowed to have, and I guess that'll be coming out later on. But I told them that I'd bring it up, so I did that, and I look forward to discussing it further.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Anything further on councillor business? Thank you. Next item 3 is our minutes. So we have minutes from our regular meeting of council of January 19th. Do you want to do them one at a time, or do you want to do them all at once? It's okay to do them all, Brandon?
All at once.
Minutes of our public hearing of January 19th for adoption, and also the minutes of our special meeting of council of January 20th for adoption. Have a motion, Councillor Schumann, seconded Councillor Rogers. Were there any errors or omissions in the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Any business arising out of the minutes? Correspondence. 5.1, we have a letter from Ashley Fodden, manager of the Kiwanis Child Care Center, regarding our city bus schedule. So, Jim, can I just get you to give us just a quick update on, in terms of the implications of changing or impacting our current schedule?
Yes, through your worship, if there was a desire for this kind of a change, which is a fairly significant change, council would need to make a formal request for a review by Transit. Transit would then schedule a route planner to come in and have a look at the changes and do some public meetings around them. And it's not our timeline, so once council makes the request, no real way of telling how long before Transit would be able to free up a route planner for this project, but it starts with council making a formal request. Last time we did this significant a change, which is when we went to the 3 routes, it took best part of a year.
Okay.
Start to finish. So.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Is there any cost for us or for the city to have them come in and have the route planner come in and do that kind of work?
No, Your Worship, that transit pays for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
So I remember when I used to put my kids on the bus to get to school, and they're absolutely correct. You either have to arrive quite significantly early, and many times the school keeps the doors closed, the kids are only allowed in at a certain time. And then when you caught the bus that got there, it was only a few minutes, like for my kids. Sure, they had to stop in the office and say they were late, but it was pretty close to being right on time. It's just kind of painful. I imagine it's hard to get the bus around to every school and everything at exactly the right time. I don't know that I don't know that I'd want to go through a whole route schedule change, et cetera, et cetera. They might just have to work with this.
Sure, thank you. So what's your pleasure, folks?
Move that we receive the correspondence
Move it for information?
information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Next, we have an email piece of correspondence from Brian Downey regarding bylaw enforcement. So again, Councillor Schumann?
For information.
Councillor Schumann, that we receive for information. Seconded? Councillor Rogers? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 5.3, we have a letter from Ed Forsyth, World War II veteran from the 4th Armored Division regarding a funding appeal to municipalities. Councillor McFadden?
For information, Your Worship.
Thank you. Move, we receive for information. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 5.4, we have a letter from Dennis Lemelin, National President of the Canadian Postal Workers, regarding a request to support the Save Canada Post. Councillor Javetkov?
I move we receive this for information.
Thank you. Received for information. Seconded. Councillor Rogers. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 5.5, we have a letter from Lori Ackerman, Your Worship, Mayor of the City of Fort St. John, regarding their High on Ice Festival and their Mayor's Ice Carving Challenge. It's taking place on Saturday, and I'm not able to go, and so I wanted to bring it up just to see if there are anybody available that could attend.
Sorry, Larry.
Sorry.
Is there any citizens that would want to go?
Well, it's Mayor Council, I think, are
Oh, is
the attendees at the challenge. Okay, so we just motion to receive for information. So moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
No, I just need to say something after.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'm
Councillor
just
Parslow?
wondering, my laptop here is taking forever to open anything, so I can't get any of the attachments up
Okay.
like
Just have to be patient.
so just want to, don't know, has anyone else got that problem?
That's exactly what's happening
It's
tonight.
taking some time, but
Co-
I'm
Brenda?
still waiting for Brian Downey's thing to come.
Oh, okay.
Your Worship, maybe we should wait to have a short recess and download a PDF on each of the,
Okay.
thanks.
Let's take a quick 5 minutes so we can do that, because I don't want to plow
Just
through
wanna
without
share
you
that.
guys having the information of that. Sure. Don Alberg, CIB Chair, and Catherine Kennedy, Executive Director for BC Communities in Bloom. Councillor Javetkov?
I move we receive this for information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Parslow, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Good.
5.7, we have a memo from the Union of BC Municipalities, and they're updating us on the opportunity for group insurance for elected officials. We get this opportunity after the election for anyone who is newly elected, that we bring it back to council as an option. And I don't think we have currently participating in it as a council, but we bring it forward for information. Jim, do you want to give us?
Yeah, through your worship, it's an available coverage. In order to, for councillors to come under this plan, there has to be 3 interested councillors on the council, none of whom can be 65 or older. So that's a bit of an issue on our council.
Isn't it?
Finding that total number, let alone those that wish to be on the plan, has been a barrier in the past. I assume it is again this year.
Thank you. So,
And I'm fine.
yeah. So what's your
Got it
pleasure?
covered.
Move that we receive of information.
Move we receive. Second, Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And we get a one-time opportunity at this after every election?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm good.
We're a little ahead, so we'll move to 7 if we can for reports. Report 7-1. We have a report from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the Lone Star nightclub, and this is in regards to their primary liquor license application. And obviously there's a process they go through in order to meet the and apply for the liquor license. And again, Jim, can I just get a quick explanation of that for clarity for council?
Through your worship, the process is controlled by the BC LC, Liquor Commission, whatever their formal title is. It's a provincial body. They have the final say, but they're asking you to express an opinion on behalf of the citizens on issues like noise and location and hours. And that is not to say that they will necessarily accommodate whatever that view is, but they are offering you the opportunity to provide that view. In the past, they also ask you to explain how you determined the view of the citizens. In the past, when council has simply done it by resolution with no public process, no meeting, no advertising, no call for submissions, they've considered that insufficient, and they have gone ahead and run their own process around soliciting the view of the public. When they have done that, it has added months, and in one case even more than a year, to the applicant's wait time. So for the convenience of the applicant pays one way or another, no matter who does the process. But for the convenience of the applicant, your process is run much quicker than the provincial government processes. So our recommendation is that you go ahead and gather public input on those matters at the applicant's expense.
Thank you. Move Councillor Schumann. Sorry, you're moving the recommendation. Seconded, Councillor Parslow. Discussion. Councillor Javetkov.
I just wondered if the applicant's name is confidential. I see the application is submitted by a consultant.
No, it's not, your worship. I don't know if we have it or not, but once you make the application, it's all public information.
Yeah, the only Lone Star nightclub is the name of the club, but I don't know any more than that here.
The applicant is 1019433 BC Limited. So a company search would tell us who the principals of that is. We haven't bothered to do that. If that's of interest to council, we could.
Councillor Rogers.
Your Worship, I just noticed that they want to extend their hours of operation to 3 o'clock in the morning. I think our bylaw is they're allowed to be open until 2 o'clock in the morning. Is there anything we have to do to amend that so that it would be 2 o'clock in the morning, so that it's the same as everybody else in town?
Jim.
Through your worship, unless we had direction otherwise, we'd be simply advising the liquor branch that your bylaws don't allow the 3 o'clock opening hours. Your current bylaw says open till 2 unless someone applies to council for a special event exemption, and the bylaw allows that. So in the past, people have applied for New Year's Eve or for the period of the Fall Fair and Exhibition, those kind of things. But absent a specific resolution of council exempting, then the general rule is 2 o'clock closure, 2 a.m. closure.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I would like staff to, at some future date, tell us who the principals are in this company. This 1019 da. And the second point, I think it'd be good if Councillor Schumer was to read this, because some people do watch these programs, and there's certain dates in the recommendation they should be made aware of. So,
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
I move that report number 15-1012 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the liquor primary liquor license application 1019433 BC Limited Lone Star Nightclub be received. Further, that staff be directed to gather the views of the residents through direct mail to properties within a 30-meter zone of the proposed nightclub and in the local newspaper. Further, that the deadline for responses be Wednesday, March 4th. And finally, that staff be directed to provide a report to council summarizing any comments received and proposing a resolution that considers all the criteria that is required by the Liquor Control and Licensing Branch.
Thank you.
Through your worship, if the internet will behave better than it has been, we should have you that information pretty much immediately. It's all online on the ownership, so we're searching that at the moment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Karen, you got the mover and second? Thank you. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 7.2, we have report number 15015 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our Peace River Regional District Spring Security issuing.
Scrolling.
I got it.
I just got unable to access.
Councillor McFadden?
Your worship, I'll move that report number 15-015 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding request to borrow funds through the security issuing be received, and further that council approve borrowing funds of $1,832,000 from the Municipal Financial Authority of BC as part of the 2015 spring borrowing session as authorized through loan authorization capital improvements to roadworks bylaw 4215-2014 and loan authorization sidewalk replacements bylaw number 4216-2014, and further that the Peace River Regional District be requested to consent to include the city's borrowing in their 10-year security issuing bylaw.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. I'm going to move to delegations. We're just a few minutes early, but I see our first delegation is in attendance. So item 6.1, we have B. Rutledge in attendance regarding the proclamation of the International Toastmasters Month.
Thanks, Keith.
Morning. How are you guys? Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Come in. Come on. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, whereas Toastmasters International, a non-profit educational organization, is a leader in making effective oral communication a national and international reality for all persons. And whereas the ability to speak clearly and effectively is a powerful and important skill that can help individuals overcome barriers to effective performance in virtually every endeavor and line of work. And whereas the first Toastmasters Club was formed in 1924 in California, and today, after more than 87 years of outstanding achievement, Toastmasters International has grown to over 270,000 members in 13,000 clubs and 116 countries. And whereas the Toastmasters program helps people develop skills in speaking, listening, giving feedback, decision-making, effective meeting management, delegating and mentoring, vital skills that promote self-actualization, enhance leadership potential, foster human understanding, and contribute to the betterment of humankind. And whereas by helping people develop essential communication and leadership skills, Toastmaster International and its member Toastmaster clubs perform a valuable service to its members and the community. And whereas our Lieutenant Governor, by and with the advice and consent of the Executive Council, has been pleased to enact in Order in Council 903 on October 11, 2002, now therefore I do hereby proclaim the month of February 2015 Toastmasters Month in Dawson Creek.
That was a mouthful. How's your Toastmasters?
That was my Toastmasters. Actually, it was. Are you guys not going to say a few words?
Oh, yes. We'd like to invite people who are interested in acquiring speaking and leadership skills to join us. You can come to the college, room 3318, that's in the main building, on Monday evenings, except for stat holidays. And you can attend 3 times and see if this is the kind of thing you're interested in. And after that, we have a pretty modest membership fee. And you have no end of opportunities like this to be a star for a day.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Item 6.2, we have Ruth Viner in attendance regarding the proclamation of the BC Women's Institute Week in Dawson Creek.
Through your worship, I would suggest that we move on. We're making phone calls.
Okay,
At the
thank
moment. Thank you.
So we'll hold that. 6.3, Matthew Rivard, Brittany Hill, Harley Nickel are in attendance regarding the Dawson Creek Gymnastics Club. Good morning. So let's have a chair, please, and good morning, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Excellent. I'm not sure if anybody knows myself. I do know a few members that are on the board, and I've been to your house asking for sod before.
I'm not giving you any more.
We're Dawson Creek Gymnastics Club, but we're also running out of O'Brien. I'm not sure if anybody knew that there was gymnastics in Dawson Creek. It just started this year as well, or last year, sorry, so just the beginning of the school year. Anyways, there is another group that does gymnastics in town as well, but they're not a gymnastics club, and nor is there any sort of qualifications that they hold. We do have members that hold qualifications that we can start a recreational program that can spring off hopefully into a competitive program. And that's the intent, to actually have a real sport of gymnastics, not just playing. So we're looking at Gymnastics Club. And that is Carly here. And as well, there's Brittany Hill. She's not here. She has to work. I do too, but I get to take time off. So, and there's Carly's sister, April. There's also a chance to bring in more coaches, and that's what we want to do. Is we want to keep this as an association, not for profit, that springs off into something that carries throughout the community and brings more people in, kind of builds up. We need this. We have hockey, we have dance, we have multiple karate clubs. It'd be nice to have something like gymnastics that's a good base for a lot of sports, most sports. And other communities like Fort St. John have this running, and it was started off by the community as well. So we want to do the same, but to make this actually happen, we need a facility, and we're coming to City first to ask if there is any facilities that City may have that we could occupy, but we would like to cover the costs as much as we can. We're not asking for a lot of help from the city, and we'd actually like to do registration as well, which currently the city is doing for us as we're running through O'Brien. So with this facility, we can get more equipment, and we can also bring in more people because we have a full facility that's up all the time. With that, we can bring in, how many kids do we have right now?
Right now we have a full set of sessions, and that's about 75 to 100 kids. But with a facility, you can bring in drop-in, more classes. There's more available spots for times, as the O'Brien Center also has volleyball. And then we can do birthday parties, which I think would be huge in this city, just to have another outlet for birthday parties. Because when it's cold out and there's not very many options, I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth for the gymnastics.
Sorry, do you have a question?
So what arrangement do you have at O'Brien right now?
We, as in my sister and myself, April, we're just employees of the city, and so at the O'Brien Center, the Parks and Rec rented out, I guess, or just the city, and so we just do a couple days a week. The city does all the registration and all the insurance, and we do a setup takedown, and we have just a small amount of equipment. So we just do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday, and it's just a small amount of classes, and we do from parent and taught, which is age 18 months to I think 10 years of age we do right now. So, and it's just an 8-week session. It's very minimal.
So you're looking for somewhere permanent that you can leave your stuff up always, is that?
That's the intent by the end of it, yes, is to be able to leave everything set up and have a floor, which you can't exactly take down. I mean, I did gymnastics at a facility and we had a full competitive program, all the equipment we set up and took down every day. And it worked out, but at the same time, you're minimal with your equipment and everything, and the amount of times you can actually run the program. And so the ideal thing is to have a permanent setup.
With winter being as long as it is up here, as everybody knows, it's nice to have an indoor facility that you can use. And with us doing this as a not-for-profit, we're trying to bring it to everybody at a reasonable cost.
Yes.
Did you sit down and talk about floor space at the memorial? I'm looking to see if you're on the list.
We did speak with the gentleman that was talking to interested groups within the community, sports groups. I believe you guys contracted him out. It was a good conversation. We'll see, I guess, what comes from that. I won't speak anymore to that one. Sorry, I wish I could say more.
Wasn't sure if it was you guys that sat down with him.
Yes, we did. As well, we were in conversation with city as well about the facilities that might be available. One was already mothballed. It's K-Pac. It is a possibility. The old K-Pac, not the new one. Sorry, clarification. It's for the gym really only, but I'm not sure what the cost would be, as it's a school quite large just to even heat that facility. But that's something we're just asking for. Any space that you do have that you could let us occupy will pick up the cost, because the more people we get, the more costs we can cover. And really, we're only looking at running the facility and paying the coaches that are there, nothing else. This isn't, like I said, for making tons of money. It's just to get it into this community. And from there, if somebody comes in and has 20 coaches and wants to take over, obviously we'd step back. But right now, that just doesn't happen, especially in a community this size. Are we clear on what we're asking for? It's a facility. And anything more after that, if we get nothing, then obviously we go from there and we go to the next step. But we wanted to approach city first. It's the most logical step. From there, we'd have to look for private funding from other places, which we will anyways, to try to get equipment. But it'd be nice if a building wasn't one of those things we're looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Having been involved with some of these things in the past, you need a place where your equipment is set up. I think the Fort St. John Gymnastics Club uses the old swimming pool. And so I'm just it's okay just to wonder. I just wonder about the old Centennial Pool. What did they do in Fort St. John to convert a swimming pool into a sort of a permanent gymnastics operation? But K-Pac is due for demolition.
So it's the swimming pool.
So it's a swimming pool, that's right. I think you do need a place where you do have your equipment set up properly. And I don't know.
We were looking at building a shop, but in this town, costs of building are extreme. Rent as well is quite inflated for ourselves to run at a feasible cost to parents, but we want to keep it in town so it's available for the city members, as opposed to going the Peace River Regional District and doing something outside of town like Tate Creek, or because it's just, then you can't do it. You might as well be going to Fort St. John like some of our members in the community are currently doing. And I was hoping we can make that leap and do it here. So as for facilities, I can't tour around really to go see what's available through the city. Duncan's the knowledgeable person in that realm. He knows what's available, what isn't. I don't even know if anything really truly is available. In-Can Event Center has the space underneath that has a concrete floor, but apparently there's problems with emergency exits, circumstances like that. So I'm not sure. That's obviously with members of the club. People do donate their time to do building and so on. I myself am an electrician, and I know lots of other trades workers that I owe favors. So, and it's just things like that can come together when you bring an association together to make things happen at a feasible cost.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. So we appreciate, first of all, you coming in this morning. And did you have a question, Mark?
No.
Okay. And we absolutely will appreciate you guys coming in, and obviously the efforts of trying to build this activity for the community. And so we'll bring it back under Mayor's business later in the agenda and move it forward from there under Mayor's business. So thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item 6.4, we have Jacqueline Jansen and Gordon Warner, Senior Pastor, in attendance regarding our Networks ministry and the coldest night of the year. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm going to bring this down. You're going to show a video?
I'm going to show a video. We can do it now or partways through, whichever.
Whatever works for you guys. I just got to pull it down, and so if it does, I'm moving over to the side.
Why don't we go ahead and show the video,
Okay.
because Sabrina's there, and go from there.
I'll just hold it down. So the floor is yours. Welcome. Nice to have you here this morning. Good to see
Thank
you
you very
again.
much.
Thank you.
We'll let Sabrina show off her techie self there. Sabrina, do you want me to start? Well, sure. You figure that out? Perfect. Okay. So I thought I would maybe start this morning by telling you a little bit about what Networks is, and then we'll show you a video then and talk about coldest night of the year. So Networks has been running a little over a year now. We started 2013 November, and we handed out 4 good food boxes, and we're pretty excited about that. And now we're serving almost 150 people in the community. And we're handing out about 70 deliveries of fresh produce and furniture and setting up folks in apartments that have no money. And so this kind of came out of me becoming aware, as some of my children who have special needs became 19, that if you are in BC and you're on disability, you live on $906 a month. And if you look at the Silverado, who their beginning rates for their apartments are $800, you can see that that poses a math problem for many people in our community that can't afford rent. And so I started to talk to some of the other folks in our congregation that were also in helping roles. My other role is I work for BC Schizophrenia Society. And so getting to know some of the folks in the community that have mental health issues and whatnot, and seeing how they were living, or actually not living, very well. And so like I said, we started talking to some of the other folks in our church that were in those helping roles, and we realized that actually we have a really serious problem here in Dawson Creek. And so we brainstormed for just about a year on what to do about it, and Networks is what we came up with. This is the beginning of this outreach. This outreach will continue forward, and it will expand into new things. But for right now, we have 4 things that we're doing. One is that we took over the Good Food Box program. Dawson Creek Literacy Society originally had it, and we took it over. And what we've gone and done with it is we've gone and sought out sponsorships. And so twice a month for the folks that are on our program, we bring them fresh produce, quite often to their homes. Sometimes they pick it up. These are homes that otherwise would never see fresh produce. Many of the folks that are on our program have health conditions like diabetes that require fresh produce, but that was simply out of their reach. And so we've been able to do that, which has been really, really cool. The other thing that we have is we have a free store. So we accept donations of clothing and household items and furniture. We don't accept TVs. And we take those things, and the people that are on our program, if they come to us, so let's say somebody leaving Mitzvah Transition House comes to us and they have nothing, we'll set them up completely in their apartment as soon as the social workers help them get that housing piece figured out. So we'll set them up completely. We'll give them the beds, the tables, everything that they're going to need, sheets, towels, clothes, so that they can live comfortably in their home. And we believe that we're helping them by doing that because in a lot of situations where we're seeing ladies who are leaving abusive relationships, or maybe people coming out of the hospital, off of the psych ward, that if they don't feel like they're able to do it, if we don't make them feel equipped and empowered, then they're going to return to those abusive relationships, and that they're going to end up becoming depressed and being readmitted into the hospital. So we see that as very valuable. The other thing is that we run a healthy pantry or a healthy food bank. And so people who come to our program, they can come in, they can get fresh eggs, we have some milk, we have some cheese, we have meat, different things like that that otherwise you are not able to get at the other food banks in town. And then the fourth thing is that we offer support groups, because we think it's great that we're able to give them food and some of the things that they need, but if we're not able to sort of help them to move forward in their situation, then we're not really completely helping. This has been an incredible experience for us because one of the things that we've done with this program that's a little different than what most people would do is that we are a referral-based program. So that means that anybody can't just walk in and help themselves to the free store. You have to have a referral from an outside agency. So our referrals are coming from Ministry of Children and Families, from RCMP, from Mental Health and Addictions, from Northern Health. A lot of the home care nurses are bringing in their folks, and for them that's been a real sense of relief as well, because before, they would go into these homes, they would see people with, they would see people that would have no food, and they're not actually allowed to help them with that because they would be crossing those professional barriers. And so this has been a sense of relief that they could bring these folks to us and we can help them out, and they can go home and feel comfortable knowing that their client is eating and doing well. An example of that is we had a lady who came to us who hadn't eaten in 5 days because she had diabetes. She knew that if she went to the food banks, the food that she would get there would not be good for her diabetes, so she chose not to eat. And of course we know that wasn't a good choice for her, but she was very relieved to come and get some fresh produce. So that's a little bit about what our program is. I don't know, do you want to comment on?
I'm just your cheerleader.
Okay. So if we can get that video going, then I'll take you to the next site, our side of this.
So here's the plan, Canada. Grab your calendar and circle this date. Saturday, February 21st. That's the day we're all going to walk in the coldest night of the year. Why? Because homelessness is a big problem in our country. And not just somewhere else, it's on your street right now. It's a grinding, life-draining, stomach-churning, anxiety-inducing, day-to-day living on the edge type of poverty that can suddenly grip anyone. Youth, elderly, families, entire neighborhoods. And stats don't lie. Chances are it's affected someone you know, a friend, your brother, even you. The coolest night of the year is our response. It's you and I and all our friends walking together on a cold winter's night, raising money for dozens of remarkable charities across Canada who faithfully serve the hungry, homeless, and hurting right here in our towns. No, seriously, the walk is in your town. We're very close by. We're talking about Vancouver Island, across the BC interior to Alberta, Saskatchewan, up to Northwest Territories, back down through Manitoba, skipping around tons of locations in Ontario, hopping over to go back to our friends in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, all the way to Newfoundland and Labrador, across the country. Tens of thousands of people are coming together and filling the streets despite the cold, because of the cold, to show they care. That's what makes it Canada's largest national walk for homelessness. So you should walk with us. We need each other and we need you. Start a team, join with some friends, give, volunteer, feel that cold Canadian night in a new way, and start warming it up. Join us on February 21st, and remember, it's cold out there.
So because feeding 150 families each month is really expensive, this is our invitation to City Council, to all of Dawson Creek, to join us on February 21st. We're doing this as our fundraising walk. We're hoping that this is going to be a huge community event. We know that this is our first year and that this year it'll be quite a bit smaller, but we look to involve the entire community in this. I know I was really unaware of the level of poverty in our community, and sometimes I'm still shocked when I go into houses and I see how people are living. It's absolutely heartbreaking. When you go into people's apartments, you know, I think of an apartment that is in deplorable conditions, and the person is terrified to complain to the landlord because they're actually paying like $600 a month and they don't want to get booted out. And so they don't complain, but there's mold dripping down, and you go into these situations and it's horrible. But we think that we can do something about this. We are seeing people's lives change through networks. I have a living room sort of set up in my office, Councilor's been there, and I have a living room set up, and, you know, I have people who are coming in, they're depending on us for that emotional support. They're coming in, they're getting food, they're telling us their stories. And, you know, last week I had 3 ladies who came in all in crisis, but they took turns coming in to sit and talk to me while the other ones were in the free store hanging up stuff and sorting it out. And so we're really seeing sort of a real sense of community happen with the folks that are coming and using our services. And so we appreciate being able to present this to you. If you do come for the walk and you do a little fundraising for us, you will get this really nice little toque. And I will leave some brochures with Sabrina and a couple posters, and I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
So if somebody has donations for your free store, just contact Bethel or...
Yeah, you can just contact. I'm there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 10 till 2:30, and so quite often people are dropping off stuff then. But if it's larger items, we kind of like to know it's coming, because quite often we already have a home for it, so we would load it off of your truck onto my truck, and then we would have it rehomed and within the hour.
And is there anything specific you're looking for over and above something else?
Things that people are often surprised about, things that are hard for us to get, though we have some now, are things like new underwear. Right? We have people who come in, and it's quite sad where you see this guy come in and he'll look around the store and he'll say, actually, I don't have any underwear. Do you have any underwear or socks? Things like that are really, really practical. Other things that we're looking for are meal replacements right now. We're looking for a lot of Boost. We have a lot of the senior population that's now coming in that maybe has left hospital, is not eating actual food. They have a colostomy bag or something like that in, and they can't afford the Boost. So kind of some funny things, you know, that are like that you would never think about. So.
Can I just add that we really appreciate the opportunity to be able to come here just to present coldest night of the year. And I also just want to just make a comment that Jackie is totally volunteer in this position. She doesn't get paid for it. So I really appreciate her heart and her service to our community.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Councillor Javekov?
What is the location? Is it Bethel Church?
Yeah, we've taken over the Mountain Christian School side of Bethel Church. Mountain Christian School has moved up to the old Park Hill. And so there was some space there, and I saw it, and my eyes started to twinkle. And then I went to his office and said, hey.
So is your contact information on the brochure?
Yes, you betcha.
Thank you. Any further questions? So having had the opportunity to tour the facility and the work that is ongoing, it was eye-opening in terms of the structure, the system that they've got in place that Jacqueline's and the pastor are running, and it was really amazing to me to see the free store where people can go in and they need an item or article or whatever, and so it was and as the the food bank and the support there. It's just an amazing service run by volunteers in our community to meet that need, and it's easy not to see it when you're not living it every day. And so for us and for me to be able to have that eye opener was very very good to see, and I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing, and look forward to seeing everybody out on the 21st and help raise some awareness and some money for a great cause. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming. And if anybody wants to learn more about Coldest Night of the Year, you can go to coldestnightoftheyear.org. And if you would like to sponsor a walker, you could do that if you'd like to sign up and join the walk. We'd love to have you out, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to distribute the brochures?
Sorry?
Are you going to distribute-
I sure
She'll give
can.
them to us.
We'll leave them with Sabrina.
I'll
Leave them
leave
with Sabrina and
Okay,
she'll
thank
get
you.
Next item, we have item 6.5. We have Rebecca Crotty, Child and Youth Mental Health, Ministry of Children and Family Development, in attendance regarding Eating Disorders Awareness Week. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I'm going to first hand out a bracelet for all of you. We are, this week is Provincial Eating Disorders Awareness Week, and it's actually a national initiative. So it's a campaign to bring awareness and education about eating disorders. Eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of all mental health conditions. And it also, 35% of people with eating disorders seek help, and so that's a really low number. So across the province, there's a number of high-profile places lighting themselves up in purple. So BC Place, TELUS Science World, Kelowna I think it's Kelowna, or the Sales in Kelowna. And we were hoping that Dawson Creek could be on that list, and we have Calvin Kruk Center has purple lights, and I'm hoping that we can get permission to light up for the week. So it's every year it's the same week, February, to bring awareness and education. Throughout the week, I'll be at Central High School. I'm teaching grade 8 science classes about eating disorder awareness, and also setting up an education booth at their cafeteria over the lunch hour. So being the first year, we're just getting started, but hoping that we could bring it to you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? So, Councillor Schumann, go ahead.
So you're just looking for a week of purple at the Kruk Center? Is that what
Yeah.
you're asking for?
Yeah. So that we can light, hopefully every year we could light up as well, but that was kind of a central location, and then we'd get our name on the list as a city in BC that's participating in bringing awareness to this campaign.
Absolutely. Any further questions? Thanks so much, Rebecca, and we will absolutely bring it back under Mayor's business for that request. Thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the bracelet.
This is nice.
6.6, Mitch Collins and Rob Mascott, Northern Lights Investments, regarding rezoning information on CD1 to RS1.
RS2.
RS2, sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning.
RS1 or RS2?
So RS2.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert Mascott from Imara Homes. I'm speaking here today to you on behalf of my partners Larry Moss and Rob Pachenko of Northern Lights Investments for the rezoning of woodlands from CD1 to RS2. The reason to change the zoning from CD1 to RS2 for the lots 19 to 28 in the woodlands area is to allow for more flexibility in the type of housing allowed in the area. Myself and partners believe that the market at this time is not only for single family houses but also for suited duplexes and for fourplexes. The potential purchaser needs a choice of the type of home. A variety of houses will be more appealing and will add life to woodlands. We believe that the woodlands area will become a more desirable area for potential purchasers, and the city will benefit from the revival of the woodlands area. The proposed rezoning The proposed rezoning in Woodlands is our first step in our commitment to changing the perception of the Woodlands area from an undesirable one to a desirable one. We see a lot of potential in the Woodlands area, and we will work with the city of Dawson Creek to improve Woodlands and build a community.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Questions? Councillor Rogers?
Sure, I'll take first crack at it. You did say that you wanted suites in duplexes?
Yes.
We just went through all that. We got the general consensus from the public was they did not want to see suites in duplexes anymore. And I see that in a CD1 zone, which we got a lot of flack over by leaving CD1 as CD1 and CD2 as CD2. CD1, I believe, was a plan that had gone through many public hearings.
Yeah.
And it was the aspirations of the community, I believe, to leave it, or to make it CD1. I just wonder if Your Worship, or through Your Worship, if I could have Mr. Shute explain a little bit more about the CD1 and how that became about for that area? A little history on that?
Certainly, Your Worship. There's a large parcel of land there, basically extending from, at the time that this zoning was created, it extends basically from the alley south of 116th Avenue all the way to the dangerous goods route, and from 17th Street all the way to what would be the continuation of 13th Street. So it was a large piece of land that had not developed over the years. It had gone through a number of owners, some local like Mr. Sawchuk, some non-local like Woodlands. And it's a problematic piece of land to develop because it has significant issues with water and sewer servicing, and the developer's going to have to put an extensive amount of expensive work in, and so that has impacts on what the value of the land has to be before it's a viable development. So looking at all of those things, council, in conjunction with the owner of the property at the time, created an encompassing zone. So rather than each square being zoned to a particular use, an overriding zoning was created called CD1, and it was based on what was then the development plan for the area. And it included single-family homes, RS1, as a permitted use. It included row housing as a permitted use. It included apartment buildings as a permitted use. On an area of the property, commercial was permitted, and a golf course was permitted. And it sat in that configuration, all of those options available, for quite a while. And to date, one area of single family has developed, but that's under your previous rules up till Tuesday of last week. You could have suites in those single family homes. Now you cannot. Duplexes have never been allowed in that zone, in CD1, and I'm actually puzzled to hear that the applicants are asking for suited duplexes because it's not in their application. The actual zoning application we have is to convert permitted use, convert the CD1 zone to RS2. RS2 allows single-family homes with suites or carriage house, and it allows duplexes, but there's no allowing of suites in duplexes. So if that's the intent, the application is misfiled, it needs to be withdrawn and refiled.
Okay, thank you. So can we just clarify that for you in terms of the application? So were you aware of that?
I was reading a letter on behalf of my clients.
Okay.
We just want to, build houses with suites in them.
Okay. But the duplex, so just for clarification, the duplexes aren't allowed in there?
Okay.
And certain
Duplexes are, but not with suites.
Okay.
RS2 duplex.
But RS2, it's not RS2, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes, RS2 allows duplexes, but not without suites.
Yeah.
CD1 does not allow duplexes, and of course, so no duplexes with suites.
Okay, good. Councillor Rogers, go ahead.
I just Okay, now that we've talked about that, and I just was gonna commend these guys on, wow, how efficient are you to get all this paperwork in so quick? Because we just finished going through that whole process. And it was council's decision at the time that CD1 stayed CD1 because that was the input that we got from the public, was going back to 2010, what the citizens wanted. And when we were even at the public hearing, it was Mrs. Bouvier, I think her name is, that had stood up and commented about she did not want any duplexes in her single-family neighborhood, and so we have to respect what the citizens say, and it just seems like it's a coincidence. She's your neighbor. Has your guys' company gone and talked to all of the neighbors around that area and said, this is what we're proposing to do, and gotten any feedback from them?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Well, then I know from one person, she wouldn't be in favor of it. And with the water and sewer, do you guys have a date when you were planning on upgrading that water and sewer? Seems how you're going to carry on with the development and everything else?
We're proposing to do 19 to 28 right now. Those lots on that side there, so they're already serviced.
Okay,
right?
so
we've already started construction on the one side.
Yeah.
We just are doing 5 single-family homes, and we want to do 19 to 28 on the other side, which the services are already in.
Okay, so if council was to change your zoning for you, what are your future plans? Are you going to come to council again and say we want this other area rezoned?
No, my clients would just like to have the RS2 zoning on that side.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I'm just wondering about the water and sewer, the costs of the upgrades that are required there for the immediate work that you've got planned and the longer term work. Could you explain about what changes that have to be made and what the costs are for water and sewer?
The water and sewer on the proposed lots where we want to build right now, I believe the water and sewer is done already. The services are already into the lots, so there wouldn't have to be any upgrades for that right now. I believe there's natural gas on that side as well too, proposed to the alley side where it's all just overhead power.
Thank you. Further questions? Thanks very much for coming this morning. We'll bring it back under Mayor's business, and appreciate your input. Thank you. Item 6.7, we have Mark Flynn, and I see Stu's joining her this morning. Good morning, welcome. Representing the South Peace Historical Society. Good morning.
Good morning, Your
welcome.
Worship. All of you fellow councilmen and your support staff. Guess what? We're not here asking for money.
Yay!
That's why we love you.
Yeah.
You can stay.
Actually, because I talk louder than Marg probably is, so I'm going to read this. And it's a good thing she wrote it, because if I ad-libbed it, you'd be here for another hour or two. It says, to the Dawson Creek City Council and staff, we would like to take this opportunity to thank council and staff for the support we have received during the past, and especially this year at the museum, the Pioneer Village, and the archives. We have found the staff to be most accommodating and always willing to assist with any requests we have had in a timely manner. To the City Council, for your continued support, we are most appreciative and look forward to another productive year. We feel very proud to be a part of this great community, and our best regards. And that's the South Peace Historical Society. And we thank you all, because anytime we've ever called on anybody, your support staff and your people that are out driving the trucks and hauling the dirt and doing the digging and whatnot, they've treated us remarkably well, and we're really pleased with the support that the city council has given us. So in that regard, you guys have a great day, and thank you.
Thanks so much. We appreciate, obviously, the work that you guys do as volunteers on behalf of our community. So you build the community, you build the support that goes on. And so to me, to be able to have the recognition of our employees and our staff who are there, and that's their job, to be able to do that for you. So thanks very much. We really appreciate you guys coming in this morning.
Yeah.
Council, anybody have any question? Councillor Parslow?
Not a question, but just so council's aware, the Stu is the president now, so we have any problems, we deal with Stu.
Perfect.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Anything further? Thanks very much, Stu and Mark. Thanks. Nice to have you in this morning.
And thank you very much.
Do we have the proclamation, Mr. Viner?
That is being rescheduled
Okay.
for February
Thanks.
16th.
So we'll take a 5-minute, 10-minute recess now, and then we're adjourned in a few minutes. Thank you.
Somebody coming in.
Number 15-017, the Director of Development Services regarding the Hanson boundary extension and the request to delay the service feasibility study. Councillor Schumann.
Move for report number 15-017 from the Director of Development Services regarding the Hanson boundary extension request to delay servicing feasibility study to be received. Further, the council reaffirm its decision to require a servicing feasibility study prior to proceeding with the next steps of an application for extension of the city boundaries to include the lands described as Southwest Quarter Section, 20 Township, 78 Range, 15 W6M, PID 010764011, and North Half Section 3 Township, 78 Range, 15 W6M, that must be west of 6 Meridian.
West of this.
PID 014266270 into the city limits.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Rogers, discussion? Councillor Javetkov?
Through you, your worship, to administration, what is the reason for requiring this feasibility study ahead of getting approval from the ALR, from the Agricultural Land Commission? And are the costs of servicing these properties borne by the city, or are they borne by the applicant?
Thank you. Jim?
Through your worship, to start with the last part of the question, the presumption is they would be borne by the developer. Council hasn't been 100% steadfast in that over the years, but the presumption is that it would be borne by the developer. The reason why staff is recommending you do it is because if it is prohibitively expensive to service those lands, meaning it needs to, there's no viable development until such time as land value reaches $250,000 an acre or something. Why would you wish to bring into your inventory something that can't be sold, can't be developed? So first off, it's nothing can go to the ALR until council has concluded that they wish it to go. So we're just dealing with a delegation representing owners of a property that's in the boundaries, but prohibitively expensive to develop, and so very small parts of it have developed. So staff's recommendation is let's find out whether or not that is the circumstance on the land that's under discussion. And if it is, perhaps that's not the best inventory to bring into the boundaries. That was the sole reason for it.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So is there not another opportunity? I guess my concern is the length of time it takes to go through the Agricultural Land Commission for their approval to take this land out of the Agricultural Land Reserve. Is there not another step in this process that we can refuse to take the land in, or we can make a decision not to accept the land?
Through your worship, so for council's purposes, you would need to resolve that you wish to have it in the boundaries. And you can do that You're not required to have this feasibility study. We recommended it to you, you accepted it, you can review that now and reverse that decision. Once council's made that decision, that you wish to have it in the boundaries, then these other steps trigger. It is in the ALR, so that is a body that would have to give approval. Your citizens have to give approval, so you have to take it out for minimum of counter petition or referendum. You have to provide an information package to the citizens to help them make that decision. You know, our recommendation is servicing feasibility might be something you wish to have a part of that. It might not be. Once those processes go on, so it's 3 approvals basically. Council's not issuing an approval. Council is only issuing a direction. The 3 people who have approval, or the 3 bodies that have approval, Agricultural Land Reserve has a veto or an approval. Ministry of Community has a veto or an approval. Your citizens have a veto or an approval. Council actually has no veto or approval on this matter. So you're just gathering pieces for that process. That process is going to be lengthy. It absolutely is. And again, our question is, why would you wish it in the boundaries if it's not going to be developable at a feasible amount?
Thank you. Is that good? Got you?
So we've got 3 more opportunities to determine whether this will actually be within the city or not. I don't see the necessity to cause the landowner to spend the money to do a feasibility study at this point. To me, the big block here, or the next test, will be the Agricultural Land Commission. So I'll be voting against this motion. I would like to see us waive the need for a feasibility study at this point. First run it through the Agricultural Land Commission, then go start the other steps and determine whether it's feasible or not. So I'll be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Sorry, I would be voting for this motion. I agree with the staff on this. Reasons being is, yeah, it's all about the plan and it's all about the process, and the feasibility study is going to have to be done sooner or later. I would like to know exactly what the cost of bringing water and sewer to that property would be before I'd like to incorporate it in the city's boundaries. We've ran into troubles with this before, and it's not the same thing, but it's similar, and that would be like the retention ponds that are supposed to be built, but we end up with temporary retention ponds. Could we end up with a temporary sewer line out there? I don't know. I would like to find out exactly what our implications are regarding what it's going to cost for water and sewer to be in that property. Thanks.
Thank you. And so I met with Mr. and Mrs. Hanson last week in regards to it, and certainly had a fulsome discussion about it in regards to their concerns about having to spend upwards of $150,000 to do the feasibility study on the property, even before that it's got the approvals of, as Councillor Javetkof's indicated, from the Ministry of Community and the Agricultural Land Commission and the citizens. And so it's a concern for them because they're worried about putting out that kind of dough and then perhaps getting it turned down at some process as it unfolds. And so the process is, council accepted those recommendations from administration as part of that consideration, and so that's why I explained to them it's going to come back to council in terms of their consideration. So, Councillor McFadden.
I don't think I'll be supporting the recommendation either. The only way we're going to have I'm not sure the word shoddy or secondhand sewer or water lines is if it's not in the city. If it's in the city, we can control that. And if it's in the city and it sits there for 5 years until it becomes profitable for a developer to develop it, well, that's their problem. But I think we need to get it in. The feasibility study will probably have to be done at some point in time for a financial reason, but I don't know that it should stop us from bringing it into the city. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, let's like to ask you, what were your thoughts after you met with the Hansons?
Yeah, certainly I appreciate their concerns, right, in terms of having to spend that kind of money on in terms of the study, but at the same time, we've approved 2 quarter sections, I think it is, of the Shiptons across from the airport, or of land that that is in the city limits, that we're trying to get out of the agricultural, or they're trying to get out of the agricultural land reserve. We approved 80 acres of Mr. Loisel's last year out at the same area to bring also out of the ALR into the city. We've got the quarter section of Mr. Hanson's opposite the BC Hydro building, that's commercial industrial zone. And so my concern is, exactly as administration have indicated, is how much property do we bring in? And I don't want to have something come in that's like the Woodbridge, the Woodlands, that we have sterile property almost that you can't, they're so expensive, right? So, Councillor Javetko?
So can we use the feasibility study information from the Loisels and the Shiptons as an indication on some of this other land?
Yeah, I guess through to administration, I don't know.
So through your worship, both of those parcels are already within the boundary. So the question is getting them out of the ALR. There's been no servicing feasibility on the Loisel property. The Shiptons land is serviceable. It's actually directly connectable to our water and sewer residence ends.
Thank you.
Both those parcels are in the boundaries and have been for, in the case of the Shiptons, since the official, since the South Peace Community Development Plan, and in the case of Loisel property for many years before that.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, just need my memory stirred up a little bit here. The Hanson quarter section you made reference to by the opposite BC Hydro, is that the property that we need, where we need to improve our water supply to for firefighting? Or was the need to improve our firefighting capacity by water flow linked to these properties? It's surely the property you made reference to, isn't it?
Through your worship, the need to improve our fire flows is not situational. It's actually a new treated reservoir on the site of the water treatment plant, which is you've identified, council has identified as the priority, will serve even the downtown area, but particularly it will allow the development of the property that is immediately to the south of the old BC Hydro building across the highway.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Yes, regards to this property, where it's at right now, the feasibility study that he'd have to put forth on that, he'll end up recuperating that after he or develops it, sells it, or whatever, because right now it's considered agricultural land. If he does the feasibility study for it and gets it out of the ALR, that land is not going to be the same price as what it is now. And the price of that land, after it came out of the ALR and it had a feasibility study done on the water and the sewer and everything else, that's going to be a lot more valuable. So it's not like he's going to be out of pocket on this. That's recuperable.
I think his argument is that if it comes out of the ALR and if it gets the approval of the citizens and if, that's his word.
Yeah, I think, and that's a very legitimate worry.
Yeah.
There is certainly no guarantees around the agricultural land reserve and what they will or will not bring out. We certainly have no guarantee from them that they will bring the Shipton property out, which is within the boundaries and fully serviceable. So it's a real risk. I'm just wondering whether that's the extent to which council wishes to mitigate the risks of a developer versus mitigate the risks of the community. So the risk to the community is the property is brought in to the boundary that can never be anything but agricultural land. or in the foreseeable future, can't be anything that could be bought agricultural land. That would create inventory for the purposes of, say, the Agricultural Land Commission. They would say, wait, you have this land already in your boundaries. But it wouldn't be land that could be developed. That's the risk that staff is suggesting that you take off the table before you do it.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I was going to make the same point there. The likelihood of this coming out of the ALR is very questionable at this point, considering that we've got other applications already in the works. So to spend that kind of money in anticipation, assuming that you're going to get all this money back, I think is a bad assumption. As far as putting the land into the city, this is just the first step. This doesn't automatically put the land into the city limits. There's more steps that come through. So to me, if we waive the requirement for the feasibility, and this thing goes to the ALR and doesn't come out of the ALR, then there's no gain, no loss. All we've done is recognize that the investment at this point is questionable for the feasibility study. So to me, I mean, and I don't think we're jeopardizing the city, because this isn't automatically into the city boundaries. I mean, we've expressed an interest in getting it. I think we all know that we require land to develop. I mean, we've got that message numerous times from developers and industry, so I don't see this as a big issue. I will confirm my that I'll vote against it.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Okay, listening to this, it's good to have this discussion. I'm enjoying it. It just occurred to me, though, that if we get land out of the ALR with the notion of development, we don't want to be sitting with an excluded ALR bank that can't be serviced. I mean, it just seems to me that there might be other areas of land, as all with the hope of growth, as we're talking about, and the Shipton's land is operable, and the Loisel land is operable, and the Hanson property by BC Hydro is operable. And then we come to say we need more land in the city, and the ALR says, well, you've got this land out that's when you support it for these 3/4 sections, tough luck that you guys didn't find out that it was serviceable before you supported it. I'm just throwing that out as a aha for me in this debate, that don't we have an interest to make sure that the land that we do get out is going to be serviceable? Because couldn't it backfire on us that we've got all this excluded ALR land within our city boundary that we find is prohibitively costly? Do you follow my drift there? Yeah.
No,
I was tending to lean to, why not? Why are we putting an unnecessary impediment, right? And I now would have to say I'm going to support the recommendation, because I want the land that's taken out. It's so difficult to get land out of the ALR to be actually usable. And if we do have a lot of unusable land, we may be screwing ourselves for the future.
Thank you. Further discussion? And that's exactly the issue, right? I think that we've got in front of us is how much any land is going to be serviceable at some point. How much are you going to be willing to spend on it, and the value of that? And so our current value of property at 100 grand an acre, if it goes to 200 or 250, it will become legitimate. But that's the risk I think that the developer has to anticipate. And so I get both sides of the argument from Mr. and Mrs. Hanson. Because if we give them the nod and say we'll delay it, then if it doesn't come out, then they're not out anything. But if it does come out and it's sterile, then we got an issue for the community. So I understand that. I get that as well, right? So. Councillor Javetkov?
Just one last comment. The development costs are borne by the developer. You know, they make a choice. I'm sure they've considered the costs of developing.
Sure.
And the city doesn't bear the costs, so, you know, I mean, we've seen land go from, well, lots in town from $3,000 to $80,000 each in the last 10 years, so that's progress, eh?
Well, and unfortunately, though, we're getting that situation, and I can't remember if Councillor Rogers or Barslow raised it with, now we bring in that property north, and now we're struggling trying to get them to put the settlement pond in and all that stuff that they need to for that core infrastructure for us. So, you know, it's just that balance, right, in terms of who's going to pay what and how much and what risk do we face. So, thanks, everybody. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Dead. It's carried there. So it's as usual. Report number 7-4. Director, we have a report number 15019 from the Director of Corporate Administration, Business Facade Improvement Program. So this was the facade improvement program that was ran last year in the community with the South Peace Community Resources Society. I think Sue kind of helped us with that through Northern Development Initiative Trust. I think we had $20,000 available for a facade improvement program in our downtown. Businesses could apply to match that funding up to $5,000. So if they were going to do a facade improvement with windows or paint or signs or whatever, they could apply through the program and get, they put in $2,500. They can match $2,500 up to a maximum of $5,000 available. And so we're just got to report on the process or program again for 2015. Councillor Schumann?
So you meant to say Community Futures.
Sorry, Community Futures.
So I
What
move
did I say?
recommendation, or report number 15-019 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the business facade improvement program be received. Further, that staff be directed to submit an application for funding to NDIT with the Chamber of Commerce and Community Futures Peasley Yard, completing the program administration and year-end reporting.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Rogers, discussion? Councillor Javetkov?
I'm just curious about the costs to the city, both financial and staff time.
Yeah, so I think it was all ran through Community Futures, through Community Futures led it, and so I don't think that we had any staff time other than council participated in it.
Through your worship, in the original setup, you had to pass some resolutions and sign some documents, and so Brenda had some time in the original setup.
Okay, all right.
Since that time, the Chamber and the Community Futures have taken on the sort of administrative role. And in this program, each business has to match the funding.
Yeah.
So last year, there were 8 businesses downtown that I believe received $2,500 or so from the program, but spent an equivalent amount themselves.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I think it's really good that we actually are taking advantage of some funds that we can get from the Northern Development Initiative Trust. And it is helping our revitalization of our downtown core. It's helping those folks down there. And working with the NDIT, there is a lot more funds that are available for that for our community. And I don't know how much we've gotten from that in the past, but it's something that we need to look forward to in the future, where there are opportunities to get money out of that fund, which is, you know, we're part of that fund. I know that there's other communities that are taking advantage of it, and I think that we haven't been taking the advantage of it in the way that we really should be, because there's also money in that for if we needed to put it into arena or any other infrastructure projects that we have. Yes, we'd probably have to match it, but at least that's some funds that we can get. And I think if we're working with the Chamber of Commerce and Community Futures with that, I would like to work more closely with them and and maybe talking and having discussions with them if they would help the city, because they're already dealing with parts of it, that they would take applications that we as councillors and the community want to put forth in the future. And maybe we could, instead of having our staff work with it and doing applications, that we could work closer with the Community Futures.
Thank you. Further questions, comments on the motion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Great comments in regards to that Northern Development Initiative Trust. We did get $30,000 towards our grandstand project last year. It tends to focus around economic development opportunities that exist that a community is building on. But I think it's an absolute area and initiative we need to try to leverage better in terms of how we can access some of that funding available through Northern Development Initiative Trust. 7.5, we have a report number 15-020. Councillor Schumann. Thank you. Councillor Schumann's a conflict, so item 15020 from the Director of Community Services, Community Energy and Emissions Plan.
Your Worship, for the minutes, perhaps Tyra should note that the reason for the conflict is that Councillor Schumann is your representative on the board of the Community Energy Association.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
That report number 15-020 from the Director of Community Services regarding Community Energy and Emissions Plan, CEEP, Quick Start Program be received. Further, that the City of Dawson Creek undertake the creation of a Community Energy and Emissions Plan to be funded by BC Hydro and prepared by the Community Energy Association with the city and stakeholder input.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Sure.
Councillor Rogers, discussion. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. You voted in favor?
No.
You opposed?
Opposed.
So it fails.
What happened?
It failed. So item 8.
What? Excuse me.
Oh, here we go.
Item 8.1, bylaws. We have report number 15013 from the Director of Development Services regarding a zoning amendment bylaw.
Your Worship, as you know, there was some discrepancy between the delegation's remarks and the actual application. We're able to confirm that the request is for RS2, which would allow suites or carriage houses with single-family homes, and would allow duplexes, but would not allow duplexes with suites. The applicant's aware of that.
Thank you. Motion?
I was having a
Okay.
computer problem again, but
Councillor Schumann?
I move report number 15-013 from the Director of Development Services regarding the zoning amendment 1503, bylaw number 4257, 2015 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 1503, bylaw number 4257, 2015, rezoning lots 1513, 1517, 1521, 1525, 1529, 1533, 1537, 1541, 1545, 1549, 117th Avenue from CD1 Comprehensive Development Zone 1 to RS2 Residential Single and Duplex Zone be given first and second reading, and further that staff be directed to publish the required notice for a formal public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow. Discussion. Councillor Javetkov?
I'm still wondering about the costs of upgrading the water and sewer there. My understanding from years ago that there was a need to bring a water main from down by the Legacy Market to support that area. And it doesn't sound like that's a requirement.
Yeah, through your worship, so there were two generally for that property, not only the water, but the sewer. needs to be upgraded all the way from 108th Avenue, basically.
Going back, yeah.
The lots that are proposed for rezoning are already created lots that are at the maximum amount. So there's a little 2-block long strip, 2D basically, both sides of the street, immediately south of the lane, south of 116. That could be serviced by the existing services. And so that's what this application is about, is those specific lots. The remainder of the property, though, that's the last lots that can be brought on stream that there's capacity for on the 116th Avenue water and 116th Avenue sewer. So nothing else can be done on that property until some allowance is made for these upgrades. Now, those upgrades would not necessarily be entirely at the cost of this property, because they would also improve the serviceability of the lands Mr. Loisel owns between Canalta School and the Bethel School, or the old Bethel School. So that's a negotiation that would have to take place. So far, neither Mr. Loisel nor these owners have undertaken that negotiation.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor McFadden?
And just to clarify, and the rest of the property south to the dangerous good route is still CD1, or would be after this, or would that be
Yes,
changed?
it would be if this rezoning went through. It would still be CD1.
It's just these 4 lots or 5 lots that
Well,
were...
what's happened here is these lots were already created.
Yes.
They were created under an environment where you had RS1, single-family homes were allowed to have suites. You've now changed the rules so that RS1 homes can't have suites. These developers would like to carry on with their plan, which was to build single-family homes with suites, although now they have added that they'd like to have duplexes as well, which was never allowed in the CD.
Councillor Rogers?
So the people that have their property that is on 116th Avenue, I would say the south side of 116th, those people will be most directly affected by this. That zoning there right now is, I believe, mostly single-family homes that are in that area?
Yes, it's mostly RS1.
Okay. So it's mostly RS1 along 116th Avenue. And where they're proposing on changing it is the south side of the street on 117th Avenue. So therefore, traffic, if it went to duplexes, would be increased on 15th Street and 16th Street, getting in there from 116th Avenue. Okay. And I see that it's 2, 4, 6, 8, it's 10 lots, and it's pretty much right in the middle. How many properties are there? I think, I drove through there the other day. I think that they've only developed on the north side about 4 houses right now. Are there any more, are there any other building permits pulled out for the north side of 117th Street?
I don't believe so. I don't know and we're also wondering, that's a question we have immediately after hearing the delegation. Are they assuming that those lots which have been created that are in CD1 zoning are grandfathered somehow to allow suites? Which of course they're not if no building permit has been issued. It's not 100% clear what the aspiration here is.
Thank you. So you had more, did you?
Oh, I was just going to comment, but I'll wait until you're done.
Okay. Thank you. So for me, we spent a year and a half, or almost a year and a half, dealing with this residential development process, and through residential development committees, through meetings, we finally landed on a direction that we were going to set to our community. We engaged in a public hearing process 3 different times, and for me, it's about we said. And finally landed on, we're going to take the suites out of the duplexes. We're going to have duplexes in RS2. We're going to have homes, residential homes in our community in RS2 that we're going to allow suites, and we moved that to up to 40% of the total square footage of the house. And we wanted to have RS1 to guide single-family homes, and that the ink isn't even dry on that process. And today we're considering changing it to allow continuation of what we've been trying to deal with, in my view, over the last year and a half. I'm speaking against it. I think we have a residential development process in place that we've tried to land on the future of our community, and today, after 3 days of having a new bylaw in place, we're saying, no, we want to change it again. Why do we have a bylaw? Councillor Parsley.
Yeah, I'm operating blind here, so my understanding was that we were affirming no change. So I'm
No,
with you.
we made
I'm
it.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I seconded it, but I don't want us fiddling around with what we've just approved.
Thank you. Councillor Javetko?
Well, I guess I'm the opposite. I agree with the motion. I mean, all we're doing is respecting the wishes of a developer that have come in and they're spending money and creating accommodations in our city. And all this is first and second reading, and it takes it to a hearing and it gives the neighbors a chance to have their say. I don't see this as a decision. All it is a part of the process. So I'm not assuming that we're against this because we haven't even discussed it. We haven't heard all the sides of the story yet. So, you know, it's just basically first and second reading. Take it to the neighbors and see what they say. It's a hearing. We have hearings all the time. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Roger?
I thought we had heard from the neighbors. And we did. I'm not in support of changing something, like the mayor said, without the ink even being dry on it. We need to, I just look at it and I go, we're going against everything that we talked about and everything that we heard from the community, what the community wanted. So now we got a developer telling us that he wants this. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not what that's not what I heard from the community. I heard the community say that they were in an RS1 zone. They wanted it to stay RS1. They didn't want to see duplexes in the RS1 zone. They didn't want to see carriage houses. They wanted a family-type neighborhood. Even though, you know, with suites in single-family houses, that is a family-type neighborhood. But it goes back to the whole process that was done with this years ago, where they said they wanted that zone to be a CD1 zone where it had single-family houses in it. That's the plan. That's the plan that developers have. That's the plan that they had when they went into it. It was a single-family neighborhood. So I just look at it and I go, we don't need to be wasting. It's not really a waste. Waste would be the wrong word. But I don't think that we need to send this out to the public because we just heard from the public a week ago on what they wanted.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
So when these developers went into it, they were allowed to have suites in single-family homes. So, like, I'm going to vote for this, and I have to say, like, I completely take offense to this idea that a family neighborhood is only a family neighborhood if it's only in RS1. You guys are making me cranky by saying that RS2 isn't a good place for a family.
Thank you. We all get cranky at times when things don't go our way.
I know.
Councillor Parsley.
Okay, I'm with what you said, okay? But I'm a little confused by the recommendation. And I've been operating blind because for some reason I don't know. So why is staff making the recommendation? Can I ask, because as I understand it, staff is saying the impact of what staff, if this goes through, the impact would be to convert some RS1 categories within the CD1 to RS2. And we've also said in the previous debate, I think most people thought we had a paucity of RS1, and so here we're just flip-flopping around, and I think we need people to talk to me and it's nothing to do with, I don't hear family stuff, I hear more about investment, okay? They say we don't have enough RS1 in our community, and we made a decision over some property
Dante.
north
It was at Dante.
Dante to uphold that we didn't lose some RS1 area. Now we're taking it away. So, I mean, I respect staff's opinion, so I want to know why they're making this recommendation.
Jim?
Well, through your worship, we also recommended that you take the Adante one to public hearing. Staff, unless there is an egregious technical reason why the rezoning would not be feasible, basically, we will generally recommend that you take it to public hearing. That's been our consistent practice to hear from the residents. But as the Adante application demonstrated a few weeks ago, council sometimes already knows how they feel about this. And of course, the result of that was that Adante came back with a much more acceptable to council proposal within the current zoning. So I'm not saying council is wrong to overturn staff occasionally on this matter, but staff's default position generally is to bring a recommendation to take it to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Jabecka?
I have to get back again to the developers. You know, if we don't want developers here, we go back to 2003, where we had no developers. We had a bunch of individual lots scattered through town, and we're trying to get people to build on them, so we're giving out deals. You know, we're a growing community. We need housing here for people that we need to come in to take on the jobs and that kind of thing. Now, I can remember a conversation that I had with Jim a number of years ago. I can't remember if it was, you know, privately or in council, but he explained that there's an evolution to developing, and it starts with RS1. Single-family homes, that's the big deal. And there's a flood of single-family homes built. After that, the demand for single-family homes tapers off. And then you go to duplexes and that type of thing. That's the evolution of developing in a community when you get a increase in economic activity. And I think that's where we're at now. I think these high-priced single-family homes are not affordable. We just had a presentation this morning from a lady that maybe opened some of our eyes, because I've heard the comment here on a couple of occasions that affordability isn't an issue. People can afford houses. Well, these folks can't afford food. So I think we have to be sensitive to this whole issue. And our personal preferences, and I agree with Cheryl, my neighborhood down there, I've got a single family home, but there's a duplex across the street. All it does is add some diversity to the community. They've got little kids that are out playing on the lawn. Maybe they're not the wealthiest of families, but I have no problem at all with our community. We had a handicapped person living next door to us that didn't live to the standard that I thought was normal, but we supported them, we helped them. You know, a neighborhood is a neighborhood. Like these so-called family neighborhoods, I guess it's all different perspectives. But I think we have to be sensitive to the needs of the community. And if that's the evolution of the development, where you go from single-family homes and gradually move into multifamily, then that's where we're at. And again, these developers are doing us a service. The city isn't out there building houses and supplying accommodations. That's the developers that are doing that. So, yeah, I'll support it. I mean, all it is a part of a process. You take it to a hearing and you listen to the neighbors, and it's part of the process.
Thank you. Any further comments? Questions? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's defeated. Bylaw 8.2, report from 15018 from the Deputy Director of Community Services regarding our Memorial Arena Drive floor rental. Fees and charges amendment. Jim, can you just give us a quick update on this recommendation?
Yes, Your Worship. Council's previously directed that rather than seeing our current circumstance where we won't have ice in the Memorial Arena for next ice year as simply a problem, that we should also see it as an opportunity, and that we should try to gauge the market for dry floor uses. So when we started down that process, we discovered that our fees and charges bylaw is clearly based on those uses being secondary and not necessarily desirable. Your fees and charges take the expense of running the building over a 12-month period and divide it by the feasible number of rentable hours and determine the cost per hour. And then your fee structure determines how much of that will be paid by the user, and it's different for different kinds of users, and how much will be paid by the general taxpayer as a subsidy. So when you apply those amounts to dry floor, you're actually charging the dry floor as though it was half of the year it would have all the extra expense of the ice facility. So we're asking for an amendment for sort of introductory offer, pricing based on what the similar dry floor facilities around the area are charging. And we'll run it that way for a year. We'll see what the uses are. We'll see what the expenses are for a year with dry floor. And then we can run everything through the formulas in the fees and charges bylaw. It's just at the moment we don't have any accurate figures to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Parzal?
I'd like to move recommendation that's there, that report number 15-018 from the Deputy Director of Community Services re Memorial Arena dry floor rental rate be received. Further, the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4258 be given first 3 readings.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor McFadden, discussion? Councillor Parzal?
As I was thinking about this topic, I was going to ask the question, why then, given this reduced fee, because it's calculated based upon budget and stuff, that in our draft budget for 2015, I noticed there's been no change in the budget for the Memorial Arena. Then I've just heard from staff that they've calculated it as based upon other dry floor facilities in the region. That's been the basis for the determination for this interim provision.
For these fees. But you need to understand that the Memorial Arena and the Encana Events Center, 2 budgets are integrated. So revenues are being transferred, collected on the same basis as the Memorial Arena fee structure, but targeted to the Encana Events Center. So when we get to budget, Shelley can speak to you about the integrations we've had to do. But as you know, the net effect has been pretty much an extra $400,000 for budget year 2015.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
I understand why we're getting the fees and charges information together regarding running basically an experiment to see if that dry floor use would be viable. I just kind of wonder what subsidy is the city going to be for the rates that this dry floor use is going to be using? Like, I know we subsidize what the user fees for the hockey, and now it looks like we're going to be subsidizing users' fees for a dry floor. Is this the time to be, I understand we need to do the fees and the charges to figure that out, but is this the time that we really need to be running an experiment just to see if it's going to be viable for the community? It was just some thoughts that I'd had.
Yeah, and I think the overarching component to it, to me, was the 50% subsidy to youth groups as a component within there, and how do you arrive at those, first of all, as your policy, and then what's the actual operating costs of the facilities in the long term that get you to that subsidy level. And I think administration are just saying, with ice in there, it gets you to a certain level averaged over the course of the year, and because we don't know whether there's going to be ice in it in the long term, what should be the reasonable fee for that dry floor use over the long term, and
I can't tell you that.
and we can't tell you that yet, right?
We'll be getting that report
Yeah.
soon.
Well, no,
Soon?
that information would await a full year of operating as a dry floor where we had a handle on usable hours. It all hinges on how many hours somebody might want to rent. So we already know in the case of ice, for instance, that no one wishes to rent it from about 9 in the morning till about 3 in the afternoon. So you can't count that as usable hours because you can't reasonably rent it. We don't know if that is the case with the dry floor or not. There may be school-based uses, for instance, that would want that in a way they've never uptaken on hockey, for instance. Don't know the answers to any of those questions. And the reason we're bringing you this is because you previously directed us to experiment. So, you know, if you're changing your mind now, that's good, then I don't need this.
Thank you. Ready for the question? Any further comments? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 9, Mayor's Business. Just a couple items I wanted to bring you up to speed on. Last week, Jim and I had a meeting with Pembina, the company, pipeline and processing organization. They brought us up to speed on 2 projects that they're going to be moving forward with through the, and I think they've received environmental approval on these 2 projects. One is a project, pipeline that will run from about halfway between, I'm going to say around Farmington, Tower Lake in that area to Taylor, and another one from up around 101 Pink Mountain in that area down to Taylor. And it's Pembina primarily transport the liquids from the natural gas processing component, and they're seeing that increase in demand for the processing and transportation of the liquids from the natural gas through the Montney gas field, and are building 2 lines to get it to Taylor for processing and then transporting out. And so we had a brief hour-and-a-half conversation with them about the impacts of projects on our community and our region, and an update on that from them, and it was very informative. So I wanted to give council just a heads up on that. Any question? Next item, last week council undertook our 2015 strategic planning process. We had a great day and a half, I thought, and really appreciated the involvement of council in terms of getting us underway in terms of that strategic exercise. We're now starting to correlate all of that information that was out of that strategic exercise, and so we'll start to put that together and bring it forward, both for endorsement and support from council as towards the strategic direction, as well as endorsement from council and moving it forward to the community. Any comments from council on our strategic exercise last week? Councillor Jackov?
Well, I thought it was a good exercise. And maybe I'm reading more into it than there was, but it seems to me that we have consensus on a direction to save money.
Yeah, I think certainly the direction that council gave in terms of the key strategic priorities was very helpful, right? In terms of, from my view, in terms of seeing how council view and look at the future of our organization and our community, I think it was very beneficial. And so certainly as we roll that information together, we'll bring it back in a public document so that we can have that endorsement from formally from council as well as to our community. We had the presentation from the young lady, Rebecca Crotty from Child and Youth Mental Health, Ministry of Child and Development, regarding to Eating Disorders Awareness Week. And so there was a request in there in terms of moving forward for the use of the Calvin Crook Center. And Jim is there anything we need to do, or do you want some direction in that to move forward with them in terms of what the specific request would be?
Well, through your worship, that would at the moment be between themselves and Ms. Hannah. You have no facility in your contract with KPAC to direct KPAC provide free use to someone. So, I think they need to get in touch with Perry, and then if the money becomes an issue, then they would have to be back in front of you asking for a sponsorship, basically.
Okay. Councillor Schumann?
I'm pretty sure that all they asked is that we make the sign purple.
Well, in terms of the sign purple, that is another thing that you can't direct, but I can't imagine why Terry would object.
So
Okay.
then we could let these people know that we're not in control of making the sign purple, that they would then ask Terry to make the sign purple.
Well, what we'll do is contact Terry and have her contact the delegation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And the other item we had was a report from the gymnastics club, Matthew, Rivard, Brittany, and Carly, in regards to the gymnastics club. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I noticed that the gymnastics group met with our consultant, whose name escapes me right now.
Brian.
What's that?
Brian?
Brian Johnson. And so I imagine he'll be reporting back to us, and there will be some reflection of his thoughts concerning gymnastics there. I'm with them and that they need a permanent facility and a place with some room, but it's something we will maybe put in the mix as we consider the future recreation needs and facilities of the community. But I think we're pretty well committed to the demolition of the pool, and I can't conceptualize how Fort St. John converted a pool into a gymnastics place.
I would imagine that was a pool that was structurally sound. I doubt.
Oh,
very
is
much
ours on sound?
Yes.
Oh, I
that's why
thought the
it's-
energy group wanted to hang a great thing in there and heat the water up and all
Yes,
that.
and then eventually abandoned the project when their own architect told them that the building
Oh, it
was
was not
structurally
sound.
sound.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, in terms of facilities, though, we don't at the moment, taking aside the two condemned facilities, we don't have any single-use facilities in our control that would suit this need. We have the lease with the O'Brien Gym, but there are many users already taking slots of time in that gymnasium, and they would have to be displaced if it was going to be converted to a permanent gymnastics facility.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
Through you to staff, they made reference to the space at the Acan Event Center. What is the issue down there they said something about emergency exits or whatever, but what would be involved in that just being a dry space?
So at the moment, all you've authorized of a capital nature, which was last year, I believe, was concreting the floor. So there's now a concrete floor there that is the base of a 3-story high vacant space. That vacant space doesn't have drop lighting, it doesn't have ceilings or floors separating. It doesn't have sprinklers, it doesn't have emergency exits, it's just space. And of course, there's been no direction from council to use it for community uses. It's still under the general direction from council that spaces there are to generate revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
So what about the space on the other side where the Rage had their gym set up?
Well, at the moment,
What is
that is
that?
entirely used for storage.
Is that storage?
It has a concrete floor as well. It is not 3 floors high, though. There is the seating complex is above it, so there's a floor or a ceiling above it that does have lighting and does have sprinkling. Also on that side, there are 2 unfinished racket or handball courts, but they only have slurry on them. They were just done to something was poured over them to keep the dust down. There's no structural floor there.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
I'd just like to note that I'm making sure I know what I'm talking about. They've only been doing this for about a year. I was sitting there thinking, where's a spot you could put them? I can't think of a spot where we could put them, but they're in O'Brien's school right now. I would look into it into the future and the future of gymnastics in town. I don't really want to base everything on just being in business for 1 year, and I would like to, if they could come up with what their business plan would be. It's just kind of like, there's too many unsure things on, you know, how many people they're going to have, what rates they're charging, and is it going to be a viable sport in the future. I'd like to see them carry on with what they're doing, but I would like to have more information on what their plan of business would be.
And I think, to me, the impressive component about 75 to 100 kids participating already in an activity that's only a year old is really, to me, significant in terms of what they've been able to accomplish. And so I get the aspect of how do we find a permanent location for them when they're in that startup phase, but I really am impressed by the fact that they've been able to accomplish this in such a short period of time. And so it indicates to me there's a need. How do we find that space for them? And that's the question. Councillor Javetkov?
I think they said the old K-Pac is going to be tore down. I wasn't aware of the plans for that. What are the plans for that building?
We just brought forward last fall, or last summer, I guess, last fall, to look at the demolition estimates for both K-Pac and the swimming pool for this year, for 2015, in terms of what cost would be in terms of capital to demolish them, and that one of them is the swimming pool is underway. And so, Jim?
Yeah, the council looked at a few options on the Grandview School, old Grandview School property, but you were faced with a report from Plant and Associates, I believe, an appraiser saying that the actual net value of the property was zero or negative, because the cost of demolition exceeded the cost of the bare land once you had done the demolition, and that the building was valueless. So council had previously talked about trying to perhaps issue an RFP for interested parties who would demolish the building in return for the land. But council looked at these figures and said that wasn't feasible, and just said we'll knock it down, and then we'll deal with the bare land thereafter. So that's where we're at coming into this budget. But on the general topic, I mean, I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. I agree with Councillor Javetkov. My takeaway from the strategic planning was a generalized awareness on council that it's no longer going to be possible for you into the future to be all things to all people. There is historical context. You provide a facility for figure skaters and speed skaters and hockey players, and you don't provide a facility for skiers or golfers. And in some cases, like the curling rink, you provide some support to a facility, but not much. Those are just historical. It is absolutely impossible, 100% guaranteed, it is impossible for you to fund everything everybody wishes to do. So the two fair things to do are to fund everybody or to fund nobody. In between that is historical context, which is what you got. And I honestly think it is not a good service to the community to imply to people that we might be able to take on new things like a gymnastics facility without having identified where that money might come from. And I'm not aware of where that money might come from. I can't find it. I can't find where you're going to be able to keep your roads up to snuff 20 years from now without changes, let alone add the facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So was the Grandview School condemned, or why are we tearing it down? Or why, what was the thought process there?
Okay, so the building became so decrepit that that's why the Calvin Cook Center for the Arts project happened, because there's no life left in the building. Then council looked at whether it was even worth keeping it as heated storage given its condition, and determined that it was just better to turn everything off. It is cold storage now, no lights, no gas, no water, nothing. It's long past salvageability.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I'll just note that in their budget coming up, there's $900,000 budgeted to demolish that building.
Because of an extraordinary amount of hazardous materials found in the hazardous materials survey.
So what's our pleasure with the gymnastics?
I would like to wait a year. I'm sorry, I like winter's here now and it's almost over. I don't know what their schedule is. Do you run all year long, or is it just you run during the winter and summers you don't do anything? I just need more information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor McFadden, discussion?
Well, I would like to encourage the group to keep going, and I'd like to encourage them to take part in any discussions about future planning of recreational needs, when that might happen. But we can't do anything right now.
Thank you. Councillor Jabeka?
What are we waiting a year for?
To determine if there's some viability to the club and the business and facilities, and from them bringing it back in future, I'm assuming.
Yes, if we're looking at a long-term sustainable plan, that's what we want to do. We want to find out if it's going to be a viable plan for it in the future, and if it's going to be sustainable, and is it going to grow? Because I don't want to spend a whole lot of money on finding a facility for them or spending money on a facility for them without the proper amount of information.
Thank you. Further comments? Further questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 10, diary.
So we have a newly placed diary item, Your Worship, which escapes me at the moment.
Ministry of Transportation.
Yes, that's correct. So I have nothing new to report on that. That's waiting for future developments, including your committee of the whole discussion on dangerous goods route.
Thank you. Consent calendar. We have 11-1. We have report from Director Corporate Administration regarding previously released from closed. Councillor McFadden, moved, seconded. Councillor Rogers, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And the letter from Suzanne Anton, the Attorney General, regarding the, she followed up with a letter from the presentation we received from Wayne Plennert and Stephen Pavlis in regards to the Community Resource Society's Family Court Navigator project, where they're trying to get the Navigator process in place for the Northeast. And we're looking to the community for $5,000 funding. And we wrote a letter to the minister asking if there was some initiatives on behalf of the Ministry of Attorney General to support it. That's basically the context.
Move that we receive this.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow move we receive. Seconded. Councillor Rogers, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Strategic priorities will be in process question and answer period.
No one signed up.
Media question period, or committee of the whole is media question period. Johnny?
I don't really have anything I want to comment on. I just have a few things I probably need to clarify with Jim.
Okay. No? Nothing?
Okay, thanks.
And now I'd call for a motion to recess to close, please. Councillor Javetkov, seconded Councillor Parslow. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
You be sure you get the required number of meters from anywhere, Councillor.
Everybody, it's our first budget meeting of City Council for 2015, and our first item on the agenda is review of items for discussion under first report number 15014. This is a report from our Chief Financial Officer, the 2015 Draft 1 Budget Report. Obviously, the magnitude of the amount of work that has gone into this first draft for us to begin. But I think for all of us, understand and appreciate the importance of the financial future of our community is directed year in and year out by council in terms of policy and direction and bylaws and the necessary overall governance structure that the board set to administration on behalf of our community. And so last fall, as the direction by council was given to administration, ultimately through to Shelley as the chief financial officer to prepare the first of the presentation of our draft budget report, and it's contained in the first binder of information on page 2 through page 36, I think, is the I've got to get to the end of it.
34 is the recommendation.
34. And so first I want to extend, on behalf of council, appreciation for the amount of work that obviously has gone into preparation of this to guide council into the discussions over the next 3 months. It will lead to a series of both internal and open public meetings as well as public sessions to help guide us and get us to the end where we approve a budget on behalf of the citizens of Dawson Creek. So with that, I want to extend my appreciation to Shelley for the amount of work obviously that went into it and getting us to the stage of the direction the council has set. And so with that, I want to move that we receive the first draft budget on behalf of council. Councillor Parslow seconded. Discussion.
Yeah.
Councillor McFadden.
Well, just congratulations to Shelley and all of staff for putting this together. This is probably the most comprehensive one that I've seen in 6 years that I've been here. Not that the other ones weren't great, this is just greater. I don't see in the operating side a lot of things that I would want to cut or reduce, but I could maybe see some reallocation of funds from one priority to another. That's just sort of a general, broad, sweeping statement, and I expect we'll get into it in more detail as those topics come up. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Yes, Your Worship. I would just like to say it's a heck of a lot better than what I was expecting, because I read this one, which was last year's, I guess. So me being the new guy and the overachiever, yeah, I read the previous one from 2014, and yes, I read it. I've read the latest one, and it does say at the beginning of it that this was something that was directed by council in 2014 for the 2015 budget. It's recommendations that that the previous council had put forth on what they wanted to see happen in the budget. Council has changed, and I haven't talked to Councillor Javetkov about this yet, but from the amount of reading that I've done with this, I need a little bit more time. And no, I wasn't watching the football game, parts of it. But I just look at it, and I know that we're going to make recommendations to it. I don't know what anybody's recommendations are, how much time that's going to take. But I might be asking later, we'll see how we make out, that I can get a little bit more time and we actually have another meeting to discuss this.
We're absolutely going to have, I hope, a ton of meetings and a ton of interaction and a ton of engagement in the process of getting to that end stage where us as council, as the board, set the overall budget for the city of Dawson Creek. And that's the expectation I think that the citizens have, and it's our role, that fiduciary role that we all take on in terms of saying we want to ensure that we have that input into the budget process for the future of our community. And so it's Shelley's delivered a budget report, in my view, in terms of giving us that high level and detail in terms of the rates, ratios, expenditures, revenues, capital implications of all those components. And now that detail is provided, and now it's up to council to work through that process to get us to the end where we feel confident, comfortable, and engaged to set the direction for the financial future of the community. And that's kind of my own, what we did last year, and we're going to have 3 months worth of engagement. This is the first day for us to see the document and start to the process of moving forward. Councillor Javetkov?
I guess I've got some questions on the budget, so maybe I'll start with that. I mean, I'm kind of feeling my way along here. I don't know exactly what's expected. Do you, or does administration want recommendations as far as recommended budget cuts today? Or do we want a general discussion or airing of questions, or?
I think today, to me, is the opportunity for us to have administration, Shelley as the CFO who prepared the report, to walk us through the report in terms of giving us the detail in terms of that direction that council set for administration and how we're going to move that forward, and then the engagement and interaction from there. Jim?
Yeah, normally at this first meeting, at a minimum, council would give us a list of questions they wanted answered. If council is unhappy with the proposed tax rates, we would be told to come back with something different. And it's your first look at the operational budget too. So this is definitely the time when you would express opinions about whether the service levels in it meet your taste. They have been developed based on the direction you gave us last year, that service levels were not to change, except for all the decisions you made subsequently to change them upward. And so that's what's in the document. There's 2 new members of council. If council's direction has changed now, and you have areas where service levels are to go down, we need to know that now so we can work on it. If all you pass through this meeting is discussion, then staff will have a 2-week holiday until the next meeting, and then you will get around to directing us to do something. We'd love to have that holiday. If that's your preference, I'm good with that.
Kind of guessing that's not going to happen, but Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, just wishing to, we have a motion on the floor.
Yep.
Just to receive, and I think we need to finish that and then proceed. So I'm just suggesting that we put that to the vote, to receive the report. And that's not accepting it, it's just formally receiving
the report.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second. I think we do have the motion, and it was seconded. And so, what's that?
I did not have it if you did, I'm sorry.
So I had, it was moved by, and seconded, didn't Schumann?
Cheryl.
Or did Cheryl second? Cheryl seconded. Dawn. And so I was hoping that that we're receiving it, that we could have, before we take the vote on it, just have Shelley at a high level walk us through a report. In terms of, Brenda, can't discuss or receive?
No, if motion is to receive for discussion, it can be
Yeah.
voted on.
Okay. All right, and it's, honestly, it's just, I wanted to get it to that stage so that we can get it on the table and then start the discussion and get Shelley to start us through that. So let's move to the vote now. If you're ready for the question, we'll call a vote in favor of receiving for discussion. Opposed, carried. Thank you. And now I'd like to, if I can, ask Shelley to, if you can, walk us through the report. And,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Your Worship. The document is pretty big, and it's kind of scary looking on first glance, but the first 30 pages are the report that basically explains everything in it. Everything else is more for transparency and accountability, as you've got the backup information for the points that have been made in the report. So page 3 of the report is basically a high-level summary that says, in the draft plan, council has identified infrastructure upgrades as important, continued public consultation, and the fiscal gap work plan was subject to strategic planning. So those are the first 3 things that were carried forward from last year that basically are the themes underlying the plan. The second one, this has been brought forward in each plan for probably about the last 5 years, is to keep tax rates stable and affordable. And the residential tax rate is proposed at $5.06 per thousand, and that is a decrease of 10 cents from last year. Whereas the commercial, major, and light industrial tax rates are set to be held at $16.75 per thousand, and that is no change from last year. And for taxpayers of the community, that's probably the most important information in the plan at the first draft. And this is, I've said it before, setting the tax rates early is important, and then basically council deliberates, and then we take it out to public consultation so the residents of the community can have their say. That's on the revenue side of things. No new services in 2015. That came forward from 2014. There's a little caveat later in the report about that, but that's basically what was brought forward. And the operating expenditures are estimated at $37.3 million, which is a 5.39% increase from last year. And there's a lot of detail in the package behind that. Another major item in the plan is to address capital infrastructure upgrades in a timely manner. And the capital plan is $22.9 million. And basically, there's a lot of information, backup information, and I encourage council to go through those projects to ensure that those are the projects they want brought forward in the plan. It also talks about some carry forward debt and some surplus that is used to fund the plan. So the next page of the report talks about the process and format, and basically the format is divided into 7 major components of the plan. We look at assessments that drive the tax rates with other operating revenues. Those are the sources that are used to support what the operational service expenditures are and your capital plan. And we also talk about what the debt levels are, because that's always important, not only to council but to the residents as well. The working trial balance budget detail report also has a functional report, and that's a line-by-line report that is put out there so that if anybody has any questions on any budget line, it's out there for everybody to see. There is still work to be done because we're on a time crunch, basically 1 month from year end. A lot of the numbers are still changing, so we will adjust that, and we always report out to council on any changes from the original draft. So basically, the report just talks about each of those items, how assessments increased or decreased, how much was marked. I'm not going to go into the percentages of increase, decrease. Those are put out there for anybody to look at. If anybody has any questions, we can go over them. Basically, the comparatives are made in the report so people can actually look at it and say, you know, are things improving? Are they decreasing? Where are we? And then if you've got a question regarding that information, we'll go through it.
Battery's dead.
Did we lose the counselor?
Jamie?
I'm not sure that she's...
She must be in the valley.
She's on her way.
But that's perfect. She hung up.
Hi, you reached Bruce. I'm not available right now.
She's not texting me back.
Probably out of service. I can keep trying.
Sure. Councillor McFadden, did you have a question?
Oh, just the proposed tax rate is $5.06, down 10 cents. What, I'm looking here, I'm on page 9. But I don't see, if we were to leave it at 516, how much more revenue would that generate?
You did mention that in your report.
I do,
Yeah,
yeah. So basically, every 10 cents is about $120,000
Thank you.
On residential.
on residential. Yeah, 45 on commercial.
Yeah, you did. Okay. Can you hear okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes, Your Worship. I'm in favor of just leaving the residential tax rate where it is right now. We're talking about looking at long-term financial plan. From what I can see in the rest of the budget, there's other items that are gonna come up. And it wasn't a great effect because of the assessed values of the residential property. Some had not changed very much. I believe it's stated very clear. Somewhere in here, I forgot where it was and I lost one of my flags. It's not a significant change to the homeowner. I believe the average household in Dawson Creek, if it was, I believe if it was left the same, it'd be like $14 or something like that they'll see as an increase. There's something that's called inflation. I don't think that's been factored into it. Also, when we're talking about the taxes, a lot of people in town seem to have a little bit of a misconception about where their tax money goes. And I think we should talk about that. Because if you look at the assessed value of a property, the amount of tax that you pay on it has your other components that are in it, like your hospital, your school board, and there's others in there. Regional district gets some money as well out of that. Just a note that the amount of funds that Dawson Creek receives from from residences, property tax, the city of Dawson Creek receives about half of it. So when people are saying, and I hear it all the time, that, oh, Dawson Creek, they raised my taxes, I'm paying a couple $1,000s. Well, actually, take a look at that amount and half it, because that's exactly how much the city of Dawson Creek does get. If you want to look at who gets the next most, that would be School District 59. Their numbers are about half of what Dawson Creek gets. But anyways, I just wanted to make it clear, and I don't know if anybody's going to actually listen to me on that, but when people are complaining about their tax rate, look at your bill and see where all of that money's going, and the city does get about half of that. With another reason I have for saying that we leave the mill rate where it is, I was actually wanting to raise it up a little bit. And then I looked at the commercial side, I wanted to raise it up a little bit, because that will help us out in the long term. But is that what everybody wants to hear, is Mark's gonna raise up your taxes? Right now, the commercial end of the business is hurting. Those guys are actually out there right now. A few of the people that I know have been taking rate cuts because the economy's slowing down and what's going on with the oil and gas sector. And some of them have been actually out to lower their wages. And so at some of the conferences that I had gone to, the conversation came up about lowering your mill rate. And everybody said, never lower your mill rate. Because you can end up lowering your mill rate. We could lower it this year, but we're gonna end up in 2-3 years from now, we're gonna end up having to raise it up again anyways. And then when you raise it up again, it's going to be significantly more. So it's trying to maintain a balance like we're just on a teeter-totter here, so let's just try and maintain that balance. Now, something else that I got out of the report was that if we have 15,000 people that are, which we're projected to come to in a few years down the road, we lose 30% of our payments from the BC government to our police force. So that means if we go to 15,000 people, we got to come up with another $1.25 million for our police force. So that's the long-term sustainable plan that everybody talks about, that everybody wants. And when I look at the mill rate, I say, just leave it where it is. It's only going to give us $125,000 for this year. I don't know what the assessments change for next year, but that's something else can be looked at again. But from everything that I know, leave the mill rate alone and let's look ahead, because there's other expenditures that are going up in this budget. If you just start looking at the police station, for instance, their expenditures over the last 10 years have doubled. The fire hall, I believe, the expenditures at the fire hall have doubled. If you go out to the airport, it's a little bit less than half. Those were just some of them. So in this budget, if you're looking at a long-term plan, look at the things that in the last 10 years, how much they've gone up. So what we have to do is get a control over what those expenditures are going up, and because the way it's looking to me right now, we're running out of money. We've got our fair shares involved in it. I would like to get our fair share in a separate account, if anything, so that we can just draw off of our fair share for capital budgets, for infrastructure, instead of putting it into, I think some of it goes into general revenue, and I would like to just, that would be a goal, a long-term goal. I know we can't make it happen this year, the next year, or even the next year. It's going to have to be a long-term goal to try and get the fair share funding out of our general revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Parzal?
As part of what Mark said, and maybe if it's helpful, I mean, I wondered if we could just deal with the tax rates as presented in this budget. So if you're okay with that, I would like to move that we accept the tax rates as presented in this budget, with one change, that the residential rate be set at $5.16.
Can you guys talk right into the mic so I can hear you, please, and thank you?
Oh, now you tell me.
She heard you.
Did you hear me, Shirley? Or do you want me to? I'm suggesting that we accept the tax rates as presented, with the exception that we change the residential rate from 5.06 to 5.16.
And so you just want to talk about the residential tax rates?
I'm talking, no, we accept all the tax rates as presented in this budget document. We accept them.
Okay.
And we
move it to 5.16.
Would it be easier if we just said leave it at the 214 then?
So I guess we got a motion on the floor, so I do have a second.
I'll second.
Seconded, Councillor Rogers. And so I guess my comment would be, the end of our budget deliberations are going to be to set those rates and ratios based on the expenditures and the revenues that we see impacting our budget. And so there may be components within the budget that we come across, whether it be through capital, whether it be through operating, that the council are going to want to give as part of the deliberations, and the public are going to give, that may get us to that end result of the rates and or the ratios that we set. And so I guess I'm not sure if we're moving that ahead of the cart ahead of the horse. And so Jim will throw.
Actually, your process is normally that you do preliminary approved tax rates at this meeting.
Right.
And then every change thereafter has to fit within that envelope. That's how you've traditionally done it.
All right, good.
Very
So,
fair,
Brad?
very fair comments, Dale. It's just that there's no end to the amount of need for money that I know of that within our budget that's not here as well. An important thing is what tax rate are we going to take forward to the public for input, and we work within the revenue generated by that. Now, if the public suddenly says, well, we need 250,000 to do such, then, and we consider that, and we'll be told what that impact would be on the tax rate, or if we cut something out, that might spring money for other things, or it might mean that we reduce it. This is just a working platform to start off with, because staff needs to take everything we do here and re-crunch things. So I'm just putting that as a...
Perfect. No, I'm good. Councillor Rogers and then Councillor Javekov.
Yeah. What we're doing is we're not raising the tax rate. We're just leaving it where it was for 2014. Yes, your assessments went up, but there were some significant assessments that actually went down. If you look at our the money that we get from industrial plant out in Chetwynd, that's been falling off for the last 10 years as well. I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe Shelley can help me on that. But we're not getting half the amount of money from that industrial plant that what we were years ago. There has been some properties in town, like there's a lot of them that actually went down. I was talking to a few people and they said, oh, my tax assessment went down, everybody's went down. There was a few that went up. So to those few people that it went up, and there will be industrial people that are, and commercial people that are gonna be saying, yeah, my tax assessment went up $50,000. And now I gotta pay another $50, or actually, yeah, it'd be about $60 anyway. So they'd have to pay about $60. Well, you just made $50,000 on your investment, and you're complaining to me that you got to pay another $50 from what you had to last year. That just kind of, that part of it really doesn't wash with me too much. And then with the average, you go back to the average again, and it's not a dramatic increase.
So just an answer, I'm just going to read on page 9. 93.2% of the residential owners in Dawson Creek will pay less than a $300 increase at 506. So 93% of the residential taxpayers in the city will pay an increase, and will pay an increase of less than $300. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
So there's only a small segment of 7% of the population are not going to see an increase. 93% are going to see an increase of less than $300. Jim?
So you would think then that if you change it to 516, that would change. You go to page 53.
Doesn't change.
To just get there.
Oh, yay.
Here's the truth of the thing. The number that are paying less than 300 stays virtually identical. It's because most of your properties fall below the average assessment. It's widely misunderstood in this town that our average assessment around 275 for a single-family home, that is artificially high or dragged down by a number of old stock properties that are below that. It's exactly the reverse. It's artificially dragged high by the few homes, not mentioning any addresses, but we've all been there for a drink recently, that bring the average way up. So the effect would be significant, which is you would be going from an average, the dollar increase on an average single-family home at 506 is $15. Goes all the way to $82, basically, if you go to 516. The effect is not in the 300 or less. The effect is in the properties that will pay 0% increase or less this year than last year, and you knock about 800 of them into the category that were previously paying no increase or less, go into the category of paying more. It's just how your averages work out versus the individual properties. So on the ground, it's quite a significant change. especially in the lowest valued homes. Just is.
I think you're on page 63, Jim.
Am I on page 63? It's 53 on mine.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'd just like to add to that real quick. You guys are gonna get sick and tired of listening to me all day. With the rate of 5.16, Fort St. John just lowered theirs, and I went, "You're got to be kidding me!" Because one of their staff members was the one that was saying to me, "You never lower your rate. You never lower your rate." But they've lowered their mill rate just down to 4.98, which is about 14 cents or 18 cents less than what we're per thousand than what we are. You know, everybody's always saying to me, "Oh, your Dawson Creek, your taxes are so high." We're the highest taxed in the province. Well, we're not. Out of the 160 properties, I think we're fitting in around 80 be in the middle of the pack. We're about 94 or something like that. Yeah, so that to me is not bad. The bad part was we actually went up a couple of spots this year. But you have to look at Fort St. John, and I hate comparing anybody else to us because we are different. But at the end of the day, they pay way more tax than we do. Their property values are assessed a lot higher. They have a lot more industry around them and businesses, and those assessments on those businesses are higher than ours for their commercial and their industrial. And if you figure it out for their residential being 30% higher than what we are here, their average assessed value of their house, it's a no-brainer. They're actually paying more tax than what we are. I can't stress that enough, that we're not that bad.
Councillor Javetkov, you had a question?
Yeah, speaking on behalf of the people that are paying taxes within the city limits,
I'll give you my tax bills. They're over.
I connect the tax rate with spending. We have an equation: spending equals revenue. To me, and I don't know where I heard this. I think somebody mentioned it, and I think it might be in the documents that admin sent me. The sort of the guiding principles from November or whatever for the budget. Was there not a principle in there that the taxes would be, or the increased tax rate would be based on a number somewhere around the cost of living increase?
No. Through your worship, no, that's not in the guiding principles. That was discussed at strategic planning, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're getting confused, Paul.
Okay. Anyways, on page 10 there, the increase in residential is $267,658, which is 4.4%. So to me, the cost of living, I don't know what it is, but it's probably 1.5. I think my pension went up like 1.2 or something. So I can see our spending increased in accordance with the cost of living increase. To just set a rate, an arbitrary rate, I don't think is the right way to go. To me, there should be some sort of a rationale or a principle that we use, rather than just sort of, set a rate. I think that or what I would prefer, is that we look at the spending, and the increase there is, like I said, $267,658. So we reduce that, or we neutralize that down to a reasonable cost of living increase, which may be around 2%, and then that's how we set the tax rate. That way we've got a system for determining tax rates. And that would work in a situation where the assessments go down as well, because it's based on your spending.
Okay. Shelley?
Yeah, so just to Councillor Javatkov's comment, so when we're looking at the tax rates, we're actually looking at how the city taxed historically, plus where we're going in the future. The other thing that we're looking at is the affordability increase year over year. And another thing that we actually look at is where the value is. So even though the average assessment is $257, some of the value is contained above and some is contained below, and then we actually look at the folios above and below. This year, in addition, there was about 85% new construction. So then you have to put that into the equation as well. So it's not as simple as applying a CPI increase to the average assessed home, because values increase at different rates for different sections of town, for different classes, that kind of thing. So all those things are actually looked at before the recommendation is put before council.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, I don't disagree with the new assessments, 329,000 increase. Like,
Yeah.
that should be rolled into the spending, because now we're servicing those new assessments. I'm talking about the existing houses that have gone up because the assessment has gone up, and using the averages, bringing that down to something reasonable for cost of living increase.
Okay, so what that sentence actually says is, new construction at 506, just that's the number that we're working off, generates 329,364. So that's new. All the existing property taxpayers you're talking about see an overall rate or an overall decrease of 61,706. So the 267 isn't applied to old stock. Old stock is seeing a decrease of $61,706, and it's eating into the amount that we take from new construction. Just how it works out. This is again because the new construction is in the very high end. These duplexes with suites and a carriage house, the market values them very highly because people wish to buy them and sell them. And so they have a high value, it adds to this value. All of the increase is going to people above the average, in fact, quite a bit above the average. So all of the extra revenue is coming from that new stuff in this proposal, in this budget.
So, have I read this wrong then? It says, setting the variable residential rate at 506 generates 6.0 million in tax, an increase of 267,000.
Yes, and that...
Okay, now I'm assuming, or I assume that was the existing residential that had an increase in assessments.
It's all residential. So if you read the next sentence, it says 329,364 is generated from new construction, offset by a rate decrease of 61,706. That's how the old stock fares.
So the older houses went down and the newer ones went up.
But the newer ones went up by significantly more.
Yeah.
I think that's Jim's point.
But new construction to me means the new assessments, the houses that have come on as of November that are new assessments. And they are decreased by the decrease from 5.16 to 5.1 or 5.06, which is a different.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
Which is a different deal.
Yeah.
To me, I'm just dealing, all the new assessments is fair game. Like, layer that onto spending, because now you're servicing those buildings. What I'm concerned about is us not taking advantage of the increase in assessments and saying, oh, good, now, you know, we've got more money to spend because BC Assessment increased the assessments on all these houses. If you're just using the averages, and I have no problem doing that, and you apply a factor, a cost of living increase, and, you know, arbitrarily 2% is reasonable. It may be high, on the high side a little bit, but at least we've got a principle to use. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, which we don't. That's not a principle council has adopted.
Yeah.
That is a principle suggested by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. That's a principle suggested by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. That's not a principle council's ever adopted. It doesn't inform this document at all.
So did that not ever come up in any principles that the council talked about? Or am I imagining that, or? 'Cause
No.
I haven't read any.
No, it hasn't, but I just want to comment a little bit because I think we're on the same page. We're just saying it a little bit differently. So at the 506 rate, we've got an increase to an average home of $15.02. So if you extrapolate that into an inflationary increase, it's actually 1.0088, okay? So 1%. Okay, but the thing is the way that you're trying to apply the inflationary increase is only to old construction, not new assessment. But the way that we look at tax rates is we take the whole base and we say, is the increase affordable or is it not affordable? And we take the number of folios and we look at the big picture. So it's not as simple as just taking the old stock, applying 1.2%, and then doing the calculation that way. I've never looked at it at setting the rate there, just because where your value is fluctuates, on new assessment and old assessment. So what you want to do is make sure that the increase that if you are applying an increase, that it's affordable, especially to fixed income earners and low income
So
earners.
actually, that's a really good point. When Shelley and I were talking about this, the reason why we're recommending a drop in the residential rate, which has some problematic aspects to it. It has less revenue for good and worthwhile purposes council's identified. It increases the ratio to commercial, which is a flag for commercial. It changes the split between residential and non-residential, who pays what. So it's a problematic recommendation for us to make. However, when you are looking at the most vulnerable, which are seniors in their own home, so we're looking at those claiming the seniors homeowner grant. The 506 means that the vast majority of those folks will pay less tax than they paid last year, which was an important factor to Shelley and I. Now, there are some who won't. If you are a senior on a fixed income living in a $500,000 condo, not so much. But if you're living in the home that you raised your family in the older areas of town, you'll pay less tax. So it's one of the things we look at. We actually look folio by folio. That's why you get in this report how many folios will pay more, how many will pay less, how many will pay $100 more, how many will pay $300 more. You can easily in your head, when you know a number, say 400, I was on page 63, but if you have a number that Shelley gives you that says in residential there's 161 folios that will pay more than $1,000 increase. Keeping in mind that could be because they paid zero last year, meaning they're new construction, or it could be because they're a very high value apartment building. There could be because they're mansions with widows' walks around. But when you're picturing those folk, you're not picturing folk who are going to have real difficulty coming up with that cash. But when you're picturing the other end, the folks who are claiming the seniors homeowner grant and who are in homes well below the average residential assessment in town, you get a different picture. So we're trying to be responsive to that picture. That's why we recommended a decrease in the residential rate.
Thank you. Just to comment on Shelley's calculation there, and like 1.02 or whatever is great. I'm just wondering how you come up with that percentage when those new assessments weren't there last year. It's not it's an increase, a totally new increase.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to use that number, because they didn't pay anything last year.
That's right. But the whole point of increasing your assessment base is so that you have more tax dollars to support that increase, okay? But the percentage that I just calculated is based on $15.02 increase on an average assessed property. We use averages all the time, right? From year to year to year, because It's benchmarked against other communities. It averages out your whole inventory. So basically, I'm looking at the whole assessment inventory. It's not just residential assessment. It's a combination of residential assessment, commercial assessment, light industrial, major industrial. And the reason that we do that integration, is because if something goes south in one part of your assessment, you have to take that into consideration into your other part of your assessment. So I'm really looking at the big picture when the recommendation is put forward. So it would be new construction in residential, new construction in light industrial, major industrial, and commercial. Like in residential, we had an 85% increase in new construction, but in commercial, we had 53%. So then we're doing the affordability analysis on that side too. So we take each class and we do that too, and then we bring it all together to say how much revenue do you want to support service provision and capital upgrades. The other thing that I just want to point out is revenue is one thing and spending is another. If you want to reduce your spending, you can do that. There's lots of ways that you can reduce spending. The thing on your revenue generation is that whatever you set in your tax rate, it's compensating for any decline in other sources of revenue, but you can put that money away as well, right?
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, then Councillor Rogers.
Okay. So obviously, I think Councillor Javatkov, through his good questions, now understands perhaps that dealing with the revenue side is an exercise in itself, looking at a whole bunch of criteria which CFO has outlined. So it is done to look at affordability, trends, averages, etc. Because it's important, in my mind, to do all those things you do, so that we know that we're not jerking the community around too much, and we have a stability there. So we establish a pie. Now we can decide. Now the main effort, I think, if we're satisfied with all the reasonableness that's happened in your recommendation, how that pie is going to be divided up. And certainly we can put some of that pie into saving, as you said. So it's just an anchor point. But if there's many changes in what goes on now before the budget's adopted, that will all be sifted through your calculations, and we'll know what that does. But to me, this approach, I've always, in my former life, we always established what was the pie, and then how we're going to divide it up. So I like very much the thoroughness that Staff applies to this exercise. One comment that was not made by Staff, I think in their recommendation to go from 5.16 to 5.06, was the increase in the sewer charges and its impact. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
I'd just like to note that the mill rate was 5.35 back in 2009. It was lowered in 2010 to 5.16, and it's been consistent with that ever since until 2015. I really think that it should just be left at 5.16. At least we're stable. The average annual increase is $44.97. I would like to say, we're talking a lot about the residences in town, but what about the businesses? What about the commercial people that are actually employing people to live in the residences of this town? We haven't talked about them, and I think that they need to be spoken for. The commercial businesses in Dawson Creek make up 50%, or is it 40 or 53%, I think. It's that 50-50 split between the residential and the commercial properties. Now, those people are hurting right now. Keeping in mind that their mill rate is lower than most other municipalities around our area. And yes, Mr. Dweckhoff, I ended up paying almost $200,000 in taxes in town. from some of the properties that I own. And yes, it would be in my best interest to make those people that are leasing those properties from me more competitive. And by lowering the taxes to those people, yeah, I could make, that would help make them more competitive. But I look at the rates that they're paying right now, and those are fair. Even though before I sat in this chair, I'd be the first one standing up and down, jumping up and down, saying they're not fair, they're not fair. But they were lower. They used to be up at like, I think the mill used to be 28 or something like that. So it at the end of the day, it all, to me, it's fair. If the residential mill rate stays where it is at 5.16, I'm okay with that. Keeping in mind, we have to deal with a fiscal gap that everybody's talking about. That's the first time I've got to say that. Anyway, so fiscal gap, how are we going to deal with that? And by cutting revenues at this point is not the way to do it. Increasing revenues, in my opinion, is not the way to do it either. What we have to do is focus on what's making us money and what's losing money. And yes, you can look at in the book on what's important to us and what's not important to us as a community. I believe it was 2009 that was adopted, and it was reaffirmed again in 2012. I think we should maybe think about looking at that as well as what is important to the community and what is not important and what is a necessity. Like, we all know that we need our fire department, we all know that we need our policing, but what you had in part of that was some things that are not important, and that was transportation, believe it or not, and there was a bunch of other things. So as we move forward, I think we have to concentrate on what our revenues are and what our expenditures are, and we have to look at it in a long-term plan so that we're fair to everybody, and that's never going to happen. We're never going to be fair to everybody. So it goes on with our operating expenditures, our revenues. One thing that really stood out that kind of made me sick when I looked at it, I'm jumping right over to 122 because this is something that we have to think about as we move forward in this process. Outstanding debt December 31st, 2014 was $30 million, $621,000. Outstanding debt projected for December the 31st, 2015 is $38,971,000. So that to me is, this year we're going to see an $8 million increase in our debt. Please, somebody tell me that's
a sewer
wrong.
trunk line.
That's a sewer trunk line.
Yeah.
I know, and I feel real good about that. Because I didn't know, I was uncertain of to where we're at with that. But right now, our percentages for our borrowing is that we're at 49.33%. What is that's the percentage that we're allowed to be borrowing. So when we add that $8 million to it, what's our percentage going to be after that? Are we going to be up like around 60% of what we're allowed to borrow?
Through your worship, no. There's always a numerator and a denominator to the formula. So basically, it's based on your revenues.
Okay.
So we look at the debt servicing as a percentage of the revenue. So if your revenues are increasing, the percentage will actually go down. But we look at it. We still have some work on that to do, and that'll be presented at the next one. But I don't expect it'll be more than 60.
Okay.
Now, we do have so just for clarification as well, we have a debt management policy that sets the debt servicing limit at 15% of each fund. So the one that's above that now and will be is the water fund at 19.5%, but the general and sewer are below that.
Yeah.
And so that's basically saying we're not going to exceed that 15% as a policy that council set.
Unless you waive it,
Unless we waive.
which
And
you did in the
we
water fund.
in the
Yeah.
water.
And Your Worship, the other thing that I don't think I've seen in here is, I know we've talked about it, the importance of the water tower, our water storage facility, and the water treatment plant. Was there anything in here for upgrades on that?
Through your worship, in the capital plan, there's about 7 million for the water treatment reservoir projects, and you can go to that backup and take a look at it.
Okay. But we never...
No, the other thing that I just wanted to say is this is only 1 year. Before we're done, we're going to actually put together a 5-year, so
Yeah.
the things that are missing might show up there too.
Okay.
In light of the explanation from admin on their rationale for developing their rate recommendation, I will be voting against the motion, and if it fails, if the motion is lost, then I think we need a recommendation to approve the rates as recommended.
Thank you. And to me, the issue of and I spoke to it, I spoke to it on raising the rate. I haven't seen the justification in terms of having the rate at 516 for the additional 120 grand in expenditures, so I need to have that explanation as to why we would need the extra 120 grand before I would say, yeah, I'm good to support it. The issue to me is, it's people write a check for their taxes, and so whether you raise the rate or lower the rate depends on what happens to assessment, depends on how much that check is that people are writing, and do we need the revenue for it? And so to me, until I go through the process of understanding our expenditures and have that explanation from administration, I don't see the need to raise the rate at this point back to the 516 outside of what has been recommended. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair comment. I have no problem with your comment, but back of my mind is that as I look on page 27, something dear to my heart is something that I will, this budget, and all 3 subsequent budgets, not be approving any budget that doesn't deal with the issue. I may as well be upfront about that. It's around fair share. And I thought the document, the report from Shelley, October 29th, 2014, about budget timelines and assumptions was fairly clear around a decision point, which said, does council confirm that the desired outcome is to increase the capital allocation of fair share funding to the general capital fund over the long term? Further, that achieving this target may result in service reductions and or tax increases to compensate for the higher transfer amount. And I read in this document, budget document, page 27, with reference to page 26 as well, that there's 2 options listed there. Option 1, if that was to be followed, which I thought was quite clear in the direction given to staff around fair share, would be a shortfall of 1.159923 transfer to the general capital. And so my thinking that around this 10 cents per thousand increase is that we would have $120,000 more there that would only make the shortfall from the point of view of cutting some service to just over $1,030,000. So as I say, there's lots of needs there, lots of juggling, and I think we're going to have a very interesting time with this budget, especially as I would suggest that we need to be putting far much more money into the capital than we are doing it, following that direction. And I know I love the statement that staff put in that second paragraph around the last sentence. The complexity of the integration and can be interpreted differently depending on what is defined as capital. It just reminded me of the 5 years I was on the Education Finance Committee with a cadre of accountants, all due respect to our illustrious CFO here, and different interpretations about what's capital, what's not, which should go where. And that's where I quickly learned, Shelley, that what I thought was an exact thing, there's a lots of judgment. And so I think we need to help staff in defining what our aspirations are as it relates to the fiscal gap.
Sure.
And what we would include as capital and not. And there's some discussions there. So I'm just saying we'll need the 10 cents, I bet you, in spades.
Sure. So, that's a good point, and I'm gonna talk about that if I can too, because I have a question about that we're on fair share. So the options 1 and 2 are on fair share is how you define as to whether those allocations are and can be defined as capital contributions from fair share. Do you understand that right? Am I making that clear?
Not so much.
So the two transfers amounts from where are they?
Page 27.
Community gas and
Maybe I'll back up and just explain where this
'Kay.
information came from. So when we did, it doesn't work, anyway. When we did the budget assumptions, there was 2 options put forward by council. And it was a way of saying we want more money allocated to capital. So the one option was, in 2013, we received 11.8 million in fair share, and anything above that amount should go to capital. So that was option 1. So we took a 50-50 split, and then any extra in fair share plus that would be transferred to capital. Now, when you transfer money to capital, there's different ways of thinking about it. You can transfer it to capital and just put it in a reserve. You can transfer it to capital and spend it as part of your capital plan. And that's basically a transfer to capital. It takes money out of the operating and puts it over to capital upgrades. The second option was just to take the annual amount and split it 50-50. And then you have so much going to service provision and so much going to capital. And we actually have a poster board that we take out to the public. So it's really important that we get this framework identified, because what council has promised in the past and what the plan shows need to be aligned. So in the actual integration of the plan, there's an amount that says transfer to capital, and that is $7 million. And what I'm trying to explain in this section is $7 million is transferred from operating, but all our sources of revenue drop into operating. So we get money from gas tax. And the reason why council approved that going to sidewalks is because that money is very restrictive. We can't use it for just anything. So that agreement that was signed said we're going to use this money for sidewalks. Sidewalks are capital. So that has to come off the 7 million transfer. So then anything underneath that goes to fair share, because council said fair share needs to go to capital, right? So we're kind of playing with different numbers that have to go everywhere, but they have to integrate and they have to balance, because if we're reporting out to the province, you know, we said we're going to use Community Works Gas Tax Fund, we have to show that it went where we said it was going to go. And the fair share, same thing. When we report out to the public that fair share is going to capital, we have to report out that it goes to capital. So it's very complex.
The building upgrades of 4.4 million on page 28 include some allocation, Centennial Pool demolition of 525,000, the kin upgrades of 100, and curling rink upgrades of 120. So if we removed one of those items, let's say the Centennial Pool demolition of $525,000, and council said, okay, we want to remove that. We're going to, as we've done in the past, we've said, no, we don't have the dough, we're not going to do it. Would that $525,000 then come from the capital budget and correspondingly then as part of our borrowings in the long term, or would that, and could that be used as an allocation and a reduction in our operating funds from fair share?
You could take the money off the project and you could leave it in the capital reserve. That would be the easiest. But soon as you take it out of capital, you're changing that formula that you directed staff
Sure.
to live by.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And unresolved by council, there's been no direction from council, is whether or not debt payments on capital are included as fair share.
Yeah, sure.
There's rationale to do that, there's rationale not. You haven't made that decision.
Yeah, perfect. And the last question, I just want to ask one more while I'm on the topic, and that's our short-term borrowing. So you have your short-term borrowing that gives you $50 per resident up to a maximum 4 or 5 years. So you can borrow $50 per resident. So our capacity would be, short-term would be $750,000 or $800,000.
Yeah, it's in between 600 and 700,000.
And that's, you can borrow it over 5 years without going to the public and all of that?
That's correct.
And so what's our situation on our short-term?
We have all of it available.
Okay.
We haven't used it.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons?
Yeah, in response to what staff just said, my first point about this budget was I'm okay with tax rates. The second, in fairness to staff and maybe to help council as well, we need to define what is okay to be put in fair share. Debt retirement for me is perfectly okay, as long as it's tied to infrastructure, the borrowing on infrastructure, which we will, whether we like borrowing or not, have to do. You know what I mean? But other council may not like that. But we do need to help keep our financial officers sane and Jim able to coach us rather than getting mad at us, define what's okay and what's not okay, sure. Just for the sake of the moving forward. You know what I mean? Right now, it hasn't been defined, as Jim said.
Just one comment that I want to say is that the city only borrows for capital.
What about replacement equipment?
Well, that's just capital replacement. It's still capital.
Yeah.
Our equipment, traditionally, the equipment pool funds replacement of trucks and equipment, that kind of thing. So rarely have we borrowed on that.
And I think when we have, it's been through short term. I don't believe we've ever taken debenture debt on anything that there would actually be an argument about it being capital.
Yeah, the one time was in 2009 when we had all sorts of different projects into one borrowing, and that one failed.
Yeah,
Right.
and furniture.
Yes, that was an omnibus bill,
Yeah.
which apparently was not acceptable to the citizens of Dawson Creek.
Yeah. Anyway,
thank you.
Enough of that.
Further questions, Councillor Javetkov? You had another one?
My understanding of taking money out of operating and putting it into capital to reduce the pressure on fair share for operating is to move that money into projects that could conceivably not be done. Because the idea is that fair share could all of a sudden disappear. So there's whatever, $13 million that you do not have anymore. So you still have to pay, or you still have to replace vehicles, for example, to operate, to function. So that wouldn't seem to me to be a capital cost that you would use to reduce the pressure on fair share. Am I understanding that right, or like what is the rationale that council has been going under to reduce fair share?
So I think the allocation over the last 6 or 7 years has been in the 70, 80, 90% range of the allocation of fair share that you receive from the province into our operating budget. And last year, out of the 2 years ago, out of the 12.5 million, 10 went to operating. Last year, 13 million. We had 6.4 went to operating and 6.7 went to capital. And so it's just to remove that dependency on the fair share revenue into the operating budget is the discussion.
But what kind of capital expenses are legitimately used to reduce the pressure on fair share? Like, is the vehicle allocation used, or like what I'm wondering, I mean, when this all boils down and we're using all the fair share for capital, and all of a sudden they cut fair share out totally, does that mean we don't buy any new vehicles and we don't do a lot of those stuff that are really operational?
It would potentially at the moment, although because of the equipment pool, which is self-funding, you haven't actually used fair share for equipment in the past. But you haven't gone to that level of detail. You've set an aspirational target that you want to reduce your risk around fair share by backing it out of the operational budget. Now, keeping in mind, that undermines your argument that fair share is a industrial tax replacement, because no community in this province takes 100% of the money from their industrial taxpayer, spends it on capital, and leaves the residents to pay entirely for all the services. Everybody else has their industry pay some of the cost of plowing roads or fighting fires or having police. You'll be the only community in the province that takes 100% of their industrial taxation and spends it on capital. But you've defined that as your aspiration.
Thank you. Further, so we have a motion on the floor to set that tax rate at 516. And Councilor Roger?
Okay, I gotta take one more kick at the cat here before you guys vote on this, because it's my job to convince you. What is the...
We'll wear you down. You got 3 months of this.
Oh, no, I can do this all night. Does everybody see where we're gonna be at 2 or 3 years from now? Do you know where you're gonna be next year? Do you know where the housing market's gonna be next year? The economic uncertainty right now is that people are going to start losing their jobs. People are going to start making cuts. So as soon as that happens, what else happens? The price of housing gets down, and guess what? We got more affordable housing. Great. But we got no workers to put them in. Then what'll end up happening the next year after that, after the property goes down, if it goes down, if the property goes down, then we're going to be taking in less money. But do you think our services that we offer will still be the same? So there's got to be a give and there's got to be a take. And I'm looking at it going, with the economic uncertainty that is before us right now, with the prices of oil where they're at, and I hate to be tied to that, what could happen next year? We could be bringing in less money. So I just look at it and go, just leave it where it is and look at it next year. If the price of housing goes up through the roof next year, well, that's great. But we could look at it again next year. I'm willing to look at it, although everything in my gut tells me, don't change it, leave it where it is. I know staff had told us to lower it down 10 cents, but let's just leave it where it is, because how are we going to deal with our fiscal gap, where our fair share money's going, and all that other fun stuff.
Thank you. Councilor Javetkov?
Mark, you're a next year kind of guy.
I'm a 20-year guy.
To me, like I said, after the explanation from admin, they go through a process every year. They have to. And they have a defensible process, and they've made a recommendation based on that process. I think that's what we have to deal with. An arbitrary increase doesn't cut it for me. So I'll be voting against this motion, and if it fails, I think we need a motion to adopt rates as recommended.
Thank you. Sorry. Further discussion?
Well,
Councillor Parslow?
No, I mean, we just have people just repeating themselves, so why don't we just put the question?
Okay. Well, I want to make sure everybody
Oh,
has
no,
their
you're doing a
say.
great job, Darryl.
Everybody
I'm
gets
just
to have a
tired of
chance.
listening to Mark and
You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. It's carried. Thank you.
Opposed from?
Opposed from Councillor Wilbur. Opposed from Councillor.
Thanks, Shaylee.
Opposed from Javetkov and Wilbur.
on this issue.
Thank you. So, Shelley, if you want to continue on, and I don't know, you got done your report when we got in, did you? Were you good?
No, I'm not complete, but I think this is time for council to deliberate and.
No, and then, as I say, I just.
But the tax rate direction is great. In order to make a change, we need to put that in, so. I'm not sure we need to talk about revenues anymore, but it would be helpful if council decided on the fair share allocation.
Sure.
The 2 points. Which of the options is your actual will? And secondly, what's your will around the debt servicing?
Sure. Councillor Schumann?
Ask what page that is on my
20.
electronic version.
Should be the same, 26.
26.
26.
Starts at 26.
Can I just...
Sure, Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Just a question to staff. A statement, and then correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think do we not need to define what we are comfortable with charging to capital? Like, just because I think it would, if we do that, then we're maybe narrowing the shortfall.
I'm not finding this.
Do you follow me? No?
It would
Well, as I
actually-
understand, see, what I'm trying to say is, I'll read the entire thing. Okay, the paragraph. You state with option 1, we'll be short 1,159,923, and option 2, 261,876. And then the paragraph reads, on the other hand, both the equipment pool transfer and the carbon reserve transfer are funded by general operating revenue, which Fair Share supports. These two transfers amount to $1,093,175. In addition, a transfer of $1,496,60 is transferred from operating to capital for debt principal payments. If these amounts are included in the allocation, then the Fair Share contribution is $9,129,235, which meets both target allocations. So I'm just wondering, don't we need to say, hey, yeah, we're okay with that, and then there's no shortfall? If we're not, then there's a shortfall, either option 1 or option 2. That's the point I'm trying to...
That's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. That's why we're saying we need to know what your aspirational target is. I think it's option 1, but I've looked at the tapes and it could be option 2. In terms of the allocation of debt servicing, we actually believe that debt servicing is a legitimate capital expense. It's a choice, it's a tool you've chosen to fund capital, and so paying for it is functionally the same as paying for it in any other fashion. However, for the reasons Councillor Javetkov was talking about, we also don't agree with, or I personally don't agree, we have some discussion about this internally, but I personally don't agree with funding equipment purchases from Fair Share. I think that's a road that could get you to a place, I think it's far better that you do what you're doing now, which is charge each operation a sufficient amount to replace their equipment. So when you're plowing a road, you're charging your man out and you're charging enough for that grader that we can maintain and replace that grader. I think that's a much more supportable, sustainable way of going about things.
Well, I'd like to kick this off, if I may.
Sure,
just
go
to-
ahead.
Okay, and not to stymie distraction, just to give her something to shoot at. That debt principal payments, okay, be considered legitimate expenditures as a capital expenditure. That equipment pool transfer and carbon reserve transfers are not legitimate transfers to capital. I'd like to speak to that if there's a session.
Sure. Do you have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Schumann? Councillor Parslow?
Okay. I'm one of those people, and it's probably, I can't think of many, but it's one point maybe staff and myself have a different opinion about debt, but that's fair enough. But I think, unfortunately, the demands on capital and infrastructure spending, however we define infrastructure, is going to be considerable. We know that. So we will have to borrow money. And as long as that money is targeted towards dealing with infrastructure, I'm saying fine. I'd hate to compare ourselves to other communities because we are an individual community, but if I look at the spreadsheet from Fort St. John, which I have done, not this year, in previous years, I think they do that. They count it there. But I'm not influenced by that at all. I just think rationally, we're building infrastructure as long as the money's headed for infrastructure. I view equipment pool transfer and carbon reserve transfer as operational things. I like the city's practice of setting us charging, for use of the equipment, so you do have that pool of money. I just wish we could apply that practice more widely, perhaps in the future, like chillers as an example. So that's my thinking.
Thank you. Councillor, Shelley?
So I just want clarification on two items. The carbon reserve transfer. So it's gone from $105 per ton to $115 per ton. But the projects typically are infrastructure upgrades, energy efficiency upgrades. So they are capital in nature. Does that make a difference to whether you see them, the carbon fund transfer, as operational versus capital?
Okay. I think there's more of a blend of things go on there. LED lights would not be capital for me.
Right.
I don't support the carbon transfer fund and us having one. So, you know what I mean? It's if that as we deal with our fiscal thing, I see that disappear. So I think there's a blend there because, let's face it, we know there's been a lot of light bulbs put into that, and I don't consider that, but the other things may legitimately be capital, so fair. So it might be a blend.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then the only other clarification, you said debt principal. Do you have a different thought pattern on debt interest?
Well, I'm just reading exactly
Or are you including debt servicing period?
Okay, I'm just reading. I'll answer that question. So the expression, I borrowed it from your document, debt principal payments, okay? Principal, PLE, is that, yeah, principal payments. I'm open to either, okay? But if you think it needs clarification, I'm going to throw out debt, servicing the debt. How's about that? Because servicing the debt, you include principal and interest.
And it's actually not seamless to differentiate because of the sinking fund nature of some of our debentures, which is a whole other discussion that Shelley could have with you, but it actually, there's a rebate at the end that has to be accounted for, and it's quite a bit of extra complexity if you're going to separate debt servicing into different kinds of debt servicing.
Well, I wouldn't want to make it complex, but the rebate could be applied back, couldn't it not, to the fair share or to some
Only
infrastructure?
the part that was referenced to
Oh,
whatever,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Tvekwa?
Can you just go over the motion? I'm sure I missed part of it there.
Well, you did seem to be asleep as I made the motion. Can I rely on, don't ask me to she's the recorder, thank goodness.
That staff be directed that debt principal payments are legitimate capital expenses and equipment pool and carbon fund transfers are not authorized capital expenditures.
So for the purposes of calculating the fair share allocation from whether it be for operating and or for capital, we will use debt servicing and as a calculation for capital, and we wouldn't use the carbon offset and or the equipment pool as operating, or would be used
As
for
a capital
operating.
expense.
Wouldn't be a capital.
So if fair share disappeared all of a sudden tomorrow, does that mean debt servicing wouldn't be required, or is that, like, I don't understand that part.
Shelley? Shelley, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this. All we're talking about is an allocation of money from one fund to the other. So I'll take you back one step. Revenue is revenue, money is money. It just comes from different places, but it's still part of the pie. Spending is spending. It's either operational or it's capital. That's on the other side. So what we're talking about is when we get money from fair share or taxation, we're going to take some of this fair share and say it's specific to capital. That's all we're talking about is an allocation. So the question that you asked was, if we lose fair share, what's going to happen? We're still going to have to pay the debt.
Yeah.
It's just the allocation will change.
We're still going to have to fund capital works, and we're still going to have to carry on operations.
So then you would make the decision as to whether you borrow that money in terms of servicing it, or do you have an increase in
Oh,
revenue?
I see, okay, you're not stopping and paying
No.
the debt servicing.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
Spending is here and funding is here, right? And we're just saying, of this funding, we want to do this with it.
You're not creating any extra money by reallocating money from operational to capital. You're spending it in a different place, but you haven't created a dime extra. When you cut operational now, what you're saying is we'd rather impose amounts of pain now in avoidance that we might have huge pain down the road. If you don't have huge pain down the road, you will have inflicted those small amounts of pain annually for no reason. That's the whole risk management game.
So the carbon offset thing is still included in your motion?
Well, the carbon offset, I didn't make mention of the carbon offset. This is a carbon reserve transfer, whereby the city charges a tax for every ton of carbon loaded
To itself.
To itself. It's an internal thing. And that money has been used for energy efficiency projects throughout the city. And I'm saying that, for my mind, I was not going to include that into the capital. Our CFO, though, correctly reminded me that some of that is, legitimate capital. So there might be a blend there. I think these ideas maybe you should start and refine them and bounce them back, because I can certainly see if there's installation of energy efficient something or other. Let's say it's rebuilding something to a standard that's it's more or less like the Calvin Court facility there, that's whereby you use some of the carbon reserve fund for energy efficiencies being built in to that facility that wouldn't otherwise be there. That would be a legitimate capital to me.
At the moment, that's a self-funding body, just like the equipment pool. So your current concept is, as that grader drives down the road, it's being charged out at an hourly amount, and that hourly amount pays for its maintenance, its new blades, and as well as its replacement. For every ton of greenhouse gas you emit, you charge yourself an amount, and it is turned around into projects to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. So it's self-funding in exactly the same way the equipment pool is, and there's great rationale for not throwing fair share into that. It interferes with that, the self-funding nature of the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And it gets to the policy we set in terms of how we want that allocated, in terms of what percentage, and right now, it's based on, we locked it at the 50% of the 2013, 13 million or whatever it is. So anything above that we get this year will go and be directed.
That's a separate decision.
Yeah.
You've talked about this in two different ways, so the way that I think reflects what I've heard from most of you is you looked at fair share in 2013 and said, this is the amount that is going to operational, And so the question either is that the floor, no more than that ever goes to operational? Is it a 50-50 split plus increases? You know, the option one, which is it was a 50-50 split in 2013 and henceforth any increases are going to capital, I think best reflects on balance what I've heard from all of you. But an alternative view is every year it's a 50-50 split, so we never increase the amount of fair share being used to a greater percentage than 50. But I think you were looking at actual dollars rather than a percentage split. That's just what I think option one is what you actually said.
Yeah. And now, how providing clarity in the definition of what does actually meet capital from the perspective of council and what actually should be and flows through to operating.
Yeah, through your worship. The other thing that I just want to point out is that when we're bringing these together, it's really important that we meet council's objectives. So if we're saying that tax rates are stable and affordable, that's one objective. If we talk about the objective about fair share, that's the second objective. And then if we want to do like long-term planning, that's the third objective. We look at all three in integration. If meeting one objective results in an off on the other, i.e., in order to meet the fair share allocation, we can do this, but we have to increase taxes by 30%. You've just missed the first objective. So what we're trying to do is integrate all the objectives together and come out with that stability.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Very good
Thank
comment.
you.
Absolutely.
Further questions, further comments on the Councillor Javetkov?
So just one more comment on that carbon fund. If you were looking at, you know, assuming that fair share was going to be a problem, and if you're looking at increasing taxes by 30%, would you likely increase taxes by 30% and include covering off that carbon fee all the time? Or would you just eliminate it? See, that to me is one of the things that you could cut easily.
Yeah, through your worship, that's council's decision.
Yeah.
And that would be put before you.
And of course, the kind of work it does is very specific. It has to have that objective of reducing energy use or greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you.
So I'm still not clear whether it's in the motion or not, but...
Well, it's right now, the part of the motion is how it's allocated, but not the future of whether you're going to continue it or not. Right now, it's part of.
Right now, the motion, if passed, would say we're not putting a dime of fair share into carbon offset projects.
Yeah.
And we're not putting a dime of fair share into
Equipment pool.
equipment pool.
So I'll vote against it on principle then, because I think the carbon offsets could be included in that fair share. So that if fair share was cut, you know, we wouldn't be covering that.
Good. Councillor Rogers?
I just want, could you say that again, Jim?
So you're talking about what projects are quote capital eligible, meaning that fair share could be said to be being spent there. And what your motion says is that debt servicing can be counted as a fair share expenditure if that's where you put the fair share. And that the equipment pool or the carbon reserve fund are not places that fair share could be allocated. Again, you're not creating any new money. You're talking, you're designated where it goes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But these decisions will have an impact on dealing with, if we don't define these things the way we're doing it, we are, with then, the only choice we have is to do this, is to cut operating by 1 million, 2 million this year. That may happen anyway, but I think I just like to put on a platform that's perfect understanding where we're moving. In Jim's statement around the commonality between the equipment pool transfer and the carbon reserve transfer is they're just basically internal housekeeping things that we do to generate money for some functions. So I think he's...
All of your things are generally setting the tax rate is the only thing you do that actually can grow the pie, which is another motion that just passed. So
Let's say they're self-imposed disciplines.
they are self-imposed disciplines, and of course, for year-to-year comparability, it's important that you apply the same definitions every year so that you can tell whether you're making progress or not, rather than changing the definitions at need.
And in 3 or 4 or 5 years, once we understand the future of the fair share agreement, when and if it's extended and how it's extended, then that determines decisions that council are going to make moving forward in terms of how that allocation currently is handled within the budget for administration, in terms of now understanding how and where you get that revenue from for the future for those functions or services. Thank you. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, Shayla, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm in favor.
Thank you. All in favor, opposed, Councillor Javetkov. Further discussions on...
Can we have a motion to say option 1 is actually your definition of what you want done with fair share?
Sure. Moved, Councillor Parslow, seconded, Councillor Schumann. She got you, sorry. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Do you want to have a break for 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah.
We've been going for about an hour and a half, so.
What time is it? 3 o'clock?
What's that?
3 o'clock, we're done?
I don't know what time. Direction, input, questions, comments?
I have some questions about some specific things.
Sure.
I think we've dealt with...
So that holiday thing for the next 2 weeks is off the board, right?
Well, I think there's a lot of work already generated for staff,
Yeah.
isn't there?
Mostly though for Shelley's.
Yeah, Shelley, yeah.
I'm pretty okay with that.
No, I just want to, some comments. I'll leave the heavy lifting to other council members. If they don't do the heavy lifting, I'll step in, do my bit perhaps. But some of the things I had some questions around. First of all, I made reference, sorry if your numbers are different than mine.
They're just different.
Okay, 29, the sewer capital and the 2nd Street Sandy Dump facility. These are just information things. I know we need a 2nd Sandy Dump facility. I was surprised at the location, but so can you just refresh my memory why it was put there? Is that to do with the horse and the Lakota stuff? Or?
Proximity to services, and also the thought was the east side of town, rather than the other.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because it's a pull-through.
Okay.
We're looking for a pull-through operation.
Okay. The other, under the general capital, the city hall flooring upgrade. I thought it was complete. What's left to be done?
I think just upstairs was done. Downstairs hasn't been.
Downstairs.
Main floor and customer service needs to be completed.
Okay. And what's the Calvin Crutch Center for the Arts and the NAR museum upgrades? What are they about? I haven't gone through the capital budget document. It was enough to get through this.
Yeah, Calvin, go ahead.
NAR's carryover from last year, completing the museums, stripping the lead paint off the
Thank you.
and repainting.
Yeah.
Calvin Creek Center is also carryover from last year, and that's the money's been left in there. I've requested that money carry forward because there's still lead documentation that needs to be completed. Also, we've had to retain some of our consultants for HLG.
Okay. Is there any plans to put Wi-Fi in there?
Shaw Wi-Fi is, if it's not in the facility, it's part of that agreement that council signed with Shaw Wi-Fi, so there will be guest access. We're finding guest access isn't very user-friendly, but we're working through that.
Okay, just reflecting on the meeting we had recently in the auditorium, there's no Wi-Fi cell service.
Chris also has some service in there. We could work with them if council wanted us to do that.
Okay. The other, some of these are just comments. Moving on to the next page, the Grandview building demolition. I just commented earlier to Shelley there that The demolition of Poos Troopies store, I was told, was in the 400,000 range, but that's 5-6 years ago, maybe even longer. So if we pass this budget, then we can look forward to that Grandview store being demolished next year?
No, we have it in deferred.
Oh, is it in deferred capital?
So
Oh,
of 5, but not of the 1.
I missed that title there, sorry. So, that would not happen.
We have 3 projects that we are identify as priorities that are deferred because we can't see the money for them at the moment. And so
They're on page 30.
they're on our page 30, I guess that would be your 32. So we're suggesting if more funds are made available through the process, suppose we get remarkably good news about fair share assessment increases this year, or we get a pleasant surprise out of the assessment appeal process or something like that. Or if council identifies areas where we're reducing expenditures elsewhere, these would be the first capital projects that we would suggest to you for this year.
Okay.
You may have others that you would prefer.
Yeah, sure. If I can continue, page 114. Now, I want to be, when I'm mentioning some things here, in no way does it reflect on that they don't do good work for the city, or they're not, but I just wonder why. I was surprised that we're still having a lobbyist under N2 there. I really question the value of a lobbyist.
So I'm not arguing with you on that, but I am suggesting that if we end up alone on fair share negotiations, that we'll need some money to hire someone.
Fair comment, yeah.
Although the agreement with the current lobbyist could certainly be ended at council's direction, I think some amount of money ought to be reserved in case we need to hire someone to do negotiations for us or lobbying of the government.
Councillor Parsons.
I would just like to float the notion that we cease our contract with Ascent, but keep the same amount of money in under the heading lobbying, because I absolutely, staff is right on there, we're going to need something, but I can't see an ongoing lobbyist. That's my perspective. So I'd like to move. Is it? Do you want a motion to each one?
If council is making a change in the budget now, the way to do it is by council resolution.
Well, I would like to move that we cease our contract with Ascent, but maintain money for lobbying for fair share under this maybe the same heading, but that's you guys to decide.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, but I have a question.
And go ahead, speak to it.
So are you saying that the lobbying dollars could only be spent on fair share? What if something else came
No.
up that we needed a
Thank you.
lobbyist?
Good question. Lobbying, period. But certainly, fair share was to the fore.
No, yeah.
Plus we got 120
We are on a
new.
month-by-month retainer with Ascent, so if council makes that decision today, we'll communicate it, and we'll be paying for February anyway because of the terms.
Can I continue?
Yep. Go ahead.
Asset management. Is this the completion of the work that has been done on the capital asset management plan?
So is this speaking to the motion? We've got
I'm sorry, Dave.
We
Yes,
got
I'm
the,
just jumping in.
got the motion. So conversation, discussion, comments, questions on the motion that we terminate the contract agreement with Ascent?
Ascent or Ascent?
Ascent. It's item on page 114, Terry. It's N2, provincial government lobbying. Ascent is the company, and we've got $60,000 a year allocated for that.
I just, before I vote, like to hear from staff as to why we retain them, what they do, and are they of considerable or important value to you?
So the reason you retain them, it comes from the original 2005 fair share negotiations, and they were extremely valuable in that process. helping us to understand who needed to be convinced. Exactly the kind of things Councillor Javakoff was talking about. Since that time, they've been on an annual retainer. For first couple of years, that was significantly less than the actual hours that we used, because we had a lot of fallout from that work, and we had a lot of ambitions on the part of council to affect provincial policy in one way or another, on everything from the agricultural land reserve to taxation policy. So we were using them quite a bit. We've been using them less and less since the, should say, we used them quite a bit when the last provincial election was on the horizon, because you were sitting here, Councillor McFadden, it occurred to us that we didn't have very good relationships with potential NDP ministers of the Crown. And so quite a bit of time and effort was put into building some of those relationships, in case that's how the election turned out. Since that election, we've used them very little. We have had the advantage of a government MLA who's a former mayor and always willing to deal with you openly and frankly. So the use has declined now, so that the hours don't add up to the retainer.
Thank you.
Cool. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor Parslow, you have...
Yeah, I have a 4 or 5 things on this list here. Just asset management, is that the continuation of the work that's already been done? Putting dollars to the replacement of...
Yeah, through your worship. The reason that I put some dollars in this year is because we've been dealing with some staff changes.
Yeah, sure.
We had a staff person that was moving that forward, but it's been about 2 years now and it's not going very quickly, so that's why the dollars were put in there.
Okay. And the benefit review?
That was requested by Jim a couple years ago, the same thing, and it's gone nowhere, but it's to do with the medical benefits that the city provides to both QP and exempt staff, to make sure that basically it's equitable and fair, and we've got the coverage that we should have.
Okay. Is that under N1, the third item, strategic planning? Is that what it's going to cost us?
Through your worship, I can't answer that, but those were the budget dollars that were allocated.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it. The number N10, what is what stand short for water?
Yes.
That's correct. So what sort of things would they be doing?
Sean, Kevin,
Yeah, so through your worship, a lot of that is we have scenarios with development comes forward. We need to look at water model scenarios to check on servicing. So a lot of that consulting is used on those type of scenarios.
Good, good. Okay, I think that's it for that for me on that page. I just got 3 tabs here, and then I'll be quiet for the rest of the 3 months.
If you can give me a couple minutes,
Hello, hello.
A binding contract to that effect that the mayor and you could sign.
Encana, I forgot the page number. I've got a notes here, but the Encana capital projects, they were about $400,000. Could you just give a thumbnail sketch of what's planned? You just said it was listing Encana projects, didn't specify what the projects were. I was just surprised that we'd have so much.
And I can have a page number?
That is 28, so probably 30.
I think we should put some money in for a new speaker system here. No, just kidding. The 679 that's outlined on page 28, about 174 of that is to close off the lobby wall on the north side, where it's open, you know, where you walk in and you can look over down to where the swimming pool, so they want to close that off for safety reasons. It's in the capital project, you can look at it at your leisure. And then the other one is just over 500, and it's to do with West End suite build-out. So he wants to put in another couple suites so that he can actually get revenue from them. So that's what those two are. On the west end
How
of
many
the,
years would it take to recover our
I think he has that in the backup.
Does he?
I
Okay.
think so.
Good.
There's on page 27, there's a fire panel upgrade as well. And lifelines, rigging, and steel upgrade for 517,000.
Yes.
And then the one that Mr. Parzel's reading from is on what page?
Page 28.
Also airport, city hall in there, not just in Kennebec.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, if I may, Your Worship, in Book 2, on page 185, is a summary of each project by project. And I encourage council to look at each of those projects so that if you agree with them, to approve them going forward, or if you don't, they can actually be pulled out too. And if you want to just spend the next 2 weeks looking at those and the backup and all the criteria, that's what it's there for.
So let's just take an example, which is the lifeline there. That appears on page 27, it's on page 185, and then the backup, which is referenced on page 185, is on page 205, and that's where Ryan has to give a precise of what it is. So if you go to that, it'll explain to you why he needs rigging lines and or lifelines and grab bars and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So for each capital project, there is this backup document that explains why it was proposed, what it would do for you. And then, at the end of the day, if you want to know why Shelley and I put that forward in versus other things, we can tell you why we put it forward versus other things. So, for instance, the suites do actually generate revenue. And they will take a long time to pay off, but they actually generate some revenue. The lifelines actually decrease show operating costs. So our general test at Encana Events Center is it public safety or will it have some revenue offsets to it? We can apply that test at Encana Events Center at a playground. We can't apply that test. We apply just the public safety test. But the proposing department head, or in this case Ryan at the center, makes a proposal. What you get is Shelley and I's recommendations on what's funded and what is not, which is a completely different process than the asks. There's another binder of asks that didn't make it forward. And sometimes council wants to look at that, sometimes they don't.
Okay. So
Yeah, that deferred list is in the back of the capital.
It is in the back of the...
Yeah, there's no backup, but the projects are listed. It's about $11 million.
Yeah, so I admit I have not looked at the capital finder, but I know it's got lots of good stuff there. Two further questions. One, $100,000 budgeted for the January membership in the Northeast Coalition. What would have been the annual charge if we'd stayed in there all year?
My estimate was $400,000 for this year.
So the $100,000 for one month's membership, there must be something more behind that calculation.
We are being billed for everything that you could possibly peg us to. So we haven't got that bill yet, but we did get the bill for
December, or the last quarter.
Yeah, October, November, December was $140,000 or so. And we expect that there will be similarly robust billing subsequent to our decision to pull it.
I see. Well,
Yeah.
my last question is, I was pleased to see that there's an amount for the art gallery, but I was shocked at the amount of money. So can you, again, I know it's probably all in here, but I just listed a few things I saw in the other binders. So 1,200,000.
Yeah, actually, it's a great question because I'll just have Duncan explain to you the steps a department head like himself goes. Well, he's not a department head, but an aspiring department head like Duncan goes through in order to come up with a number for you. So explain how we did that on our part.
Sure, so first of all, we looked at the NAR Museum and the work that we completed there as far as abatement and lead. And we went through, we looked at Fort St. John and what they were carrying cost per square foot on hazardous abatements. They knocked down 2 buildings and they were paying around $27 a square feet, which we applied to the Centennial Pool in Granby because it was fitting. When we got into the art gallery, just the height and the scale of the project increased. So we're looking at about $67 a square foot on that building because you have to go up. You have to, what we propose is removing the panels and you have to get that wood down. Stripping would have been considerably more. So we went with one of the cheaper approaches. We've also attached a sheet on there that I received from the art gallery with another proposed method for taking care of the building and re-siding that building, and that was to get some donations and work with a friend of one of the members and get some funding that way. So I put both options down. The 1.4 ensures that we meet WorkSafe standards, ensures that we meet all of those abatement standards, environmental standards, and it also addresses some of the I'd like to look at the foundation once we get the sides off. We haven't had access under that building in quite some time. And I know there were concerns brought forward from the art gallery regarding water underneath it there, so it's an opportunity to remediate any of those issues as well. And that's built into the number. I also received a quote from Heggie Construction. So,
Yeah.
a bunch of different things going on, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of the people I interact with view that as, they say it's our last icon. You know, I think they're referring to the Alaska Hotel as being a lost icon, and so but I'm just surprised. I was thinking it would come in like 700,000 or 800,000. I was amazed it was so high. But you're replacing it. The material you're replacing it with has a life expectancy of quite a few years, doesn't it?
Depending on what's chosen, it can be up to 50 years. It's a composite board. Remove that wood, get rid of the whole treating process, get rid of the wood, put a composite board on there. Similar to a hardy board. We wouldn't use a hardy board because of the weight of it, but similar to that, like I said.
Yeah. So it's going to be a real good fix for a long time.
It's a long-term fix, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at page 325, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we've gone as far as we can go with it the way it is.
Yeah, no, it's no doubt we need to do it. It's
And we,
Thank you.
we're not 100% fired up over the idea of looking underneath this at the foundation. We had a little conversation with Mr. Barber about what that foundation might be. And
well, shouldn't we look at the foundations
sure,
first?
it'll all be fine when we look.
We have to have some work underneath and looked at it to ensure that it's safe.
That's where I was about to head to. What year did that building get moved there? I remember them moving it.
1983.
1983.
Yeah, it's a 1960-ish, 1955 building.
So, 22 years later, the
32.
foundations- or 32 years later, is that how old I am? So we're looking at redoing the foundation possibly, and we're looking at spending another $1.4 million on doing the siding.
It's built into the 1.4.
I think the
Built
foundation
in?
is in there
Yes, it
too.
is.
So, how are you gonna sell that to the citizens? Because that's to me, like, I look at it and I go,
We can't answer that question.
yeah.
I think it's more important to people than you give it credit for.
Can we at least start with looking at the foundation first before we start doing all the cosmetics on the other side? Because if the foundation on that structure, if it's gonna cost $2 or $3 million or whatever to redo the foundation, because that's not a simple fix either. You're talking about a lot of weight that you have to support while you put another foundation underneath it. I think that if you start putting the Band-Aids on the outside, let's not have a look at the foundation, start from the foundation and work our way up.
Well, we're not approving the project here today. We're just approving 1.4 million as part of the budget process, and then Duncan and administration will bring back.
Actually, we don't usually expect you to make decisions on capital at this meeting. We expect you to ask us questions, review the documents, and the next meeting is mostly focused around that.
Okay.
Councillor McFadden?
Finally.
Oh, you
got in.
Hey, I thought you'd been dozing for a while.
Listening to Councillor Parslow and Rogers and Jamaica ad nauseum here. I have two quick questions. Fire station feasibility study on page 114, $45,000. It seems to me that's been in the budget now for 3 or 4 years, this feasibility study.
It's a carryover from last year.
And the idea is feasibility for what, building a new fire hall?
The idea is to evaluate this building for how it will service our future need, men, equipment, location.
Okay.
There'll be a building envelope study as well, but it's a very small part of the work because we have actually some previous reports on that. That are pretty good.
Yeah. And on that same page, N8, Memorial Arena need assessment, Brian, $90,000? That's what his fee is for his work he's doing here?
No, that's just a catch-all. That includes the building envelope studies as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, further comments? Councillor Javeka?
On the same page, N15, various projects, release trial, fish passage, assessment video, vegetation survey, water balance study. Is that explained someplace, or?
No, but we can explain it.
Bear Hole Lake, they're all relevant to Bear Hole Lake and the management of the weir at Bear Hole.
So the vegetation study?
Correct. There's danger trees in and around Bear Hole Lake, trees that can fall onto the weir around the edge of the lake that can block the passage of water when we're trying to release. So under...
So you're getting a consultant in, an expert from out of town?
No, we do hire contract services to take care of the trees, but actually our in-house girl, Chelsea, has actually taken that course now to be able to identify those trees.
So this diverse fed international or environmental, I have to get these number 2s on here to see that. What is that, a consulting firm, or?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what are they?
What page are you on again there, Paul?
114.
Yeah, Sean, it's to do with all the consultants that we listed for the weir. So whether he uses them or not, they're listed these are the people that traditionally he uses for weir.
And that's who we
So
were
they don't
using.
necessarily line up one beside the other.
And that's who we were using in the past, but now we have trained in-house for them.
Does that make sense?
And an assessment video, what's that?
Okay, so this is a video that we have to, so in order to get permission from the provincial government to use that lake as our reservoir, which was by itself about a 3-year period before we actually got that permission. We also took on ongoing obligations for information we would provide them. The assessment video, along with some of these studies, are things that we have to annually do for the ministry so that they will continue to give us the permit to allow release from Bear Hole. Because right now we have unrestricted. We can release whenever we need water from Bear Hole. We wish to keep that.
What ministry is that? Because they've changed around here since I've retired.
Yeah, so
Forest Lands Natural Resources is who we made.
Natural Resources Operations are the
So the local office here.
the prime body that we're dealing with, but it's actually seldom the local office that we're dealing with, because they also have regulatory jurisdiction, but they don't have policy jurisdiction. Policy jurisdiction belongs to the Ministry of Environment. That's how it was split. So if what we're doing falls into a pile called policy, which allowing us to have unrestricted access to Bear Hole was policy. So the ministry got to set the requirements, and it's up to FMLRO to make sure we meet them. They weren't involved in setting the criteria. That fell to the Ministry of Environment.
Okay. Can I carry on with some questions, or are we
No, go ahead.
antsy to get the hell going there?
Floor is yours.
On page 20, these are more just observations or concerns, I guess, or Under recreational and cultural, community grants, 183,889. Oh, that's community grants and fee for service, eh? So the community grants part of that is somewhat lower.
That's correct. The recommendation is to keep it at 50. There is a separate page for that.
Okay. The old post office, 159,000. Was that already asked about, or that's new money into the old post office?
Yeah, that's, through your worship, that's basically operating dollars for the Calvin Kirk Center. We just haven't changed the descriptive, but basically it's to do with things related to the building.
So we're paying 160,000 a year for operating the old post office?
No. Let me find it.
But that's not the limit.
It's more?
Yeah. It doesn't include the K-Pack, or maybe it does now.
Here's page 120.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. So basically, there's some dollars there for maintenance. And there's utilities and insurance. Insurance is 28,000.
Okay, does that show?
Oh, that's in the budget line items, 143. That's right in the details of the working trial balance.
Then the multiplex and the Ken Bork Aquatic Center, they're 1.7 million each that it cost the city?
20 cents. What page you on, Paul?
Yeah.
120.
That's 2014's
Yes.
allocation?
That's right.
So
That's right.
is that gonna go down then this year?
No, I'm just saying that was the 2014 allocation. I don't know what page is the 2015.
Yeah, through your worship. No, it's not expected to go down.
So it'll go up?
Yes.
So it's 1.7 million subsidy by the city for each facility?
Yeah, the 1.7 on the Ken Bork Aquatic Center is offset by fees and charges of, I'm going to say it's about 500,000. Yeah, 455. So it's about 1.2.
1.2.
Yes, and the Encana Event Center, of course, is going up because of your decision to put ice in there. So actually, the subsidies have been going down, but went back up for,
Yeah, Jim, just to interrupt there, the 395 is in the memorial envelope. So
it's going to Encana, but it's in the memorial.
that's right. The contract with the Encana is 1.55, and that's the same as last year.
And the child care, do we still have child care?
Yep.
In the city?
Out of school care.
Where's that? Is that at
It's at the,
the old library?
Regional library, old regional library.
sure, that building
$1
just
wonder
east,
building,
yes, west of the Centennial.
The old library.
The
Yeah.
old library.
Yeah.
I can never transfer it back to Councillor Parslow. There was a period of time when we traded that building back and forth when he was superintendent and I was CAO, but he's left that position, so
You won't take
I
it?
can't hook him with that building anymore.
So this
Send
doesn't,
Bob a deal.
this page doesn't represent the fees that we collect. Is that,
That's correct.
These are expenses.
Yeah.
so is this a break-even thing still, or is it
Through your worship.
subsidized?
No, it's not. If you go to, I'm gonna,
I read that, basically. There's also a grant.
I have no idea what we can.
Childcare 163,819.
yeah, no, there's one schedule that shows spending that are covered by fees, and then you'll get an idea of service costs paid by fees and charges, page 110. And 111 is service costs with government transfers, but
Did you say 110?
In the paper copy, yeah. So it shows out of school care at a 53% is paid by fees and charges.
And there's an additional 20,000 from
Yeah.
government grants.
Yeah.
So the taxpayers are paying for a subsidy for childcare for these
Yeah.
certain
And
people
about
that are in there.
45,000.
I always thought that was a pretty.
So, we're in.
So I guess an obvious question is this based on a need basis, or do we have lawyers and doctors' kids that we're subsidizing? Or do we know?
Through your
Or
worship,
do
I
we
can't
care?
answer that question on who the children are that go to the center, but
It was a rhetorical question.
Pardon?
I said it was a rhetorical question. It
No,
doesn't
I was
respect
actually
you.
curious about it.
Okay.
Who's in there?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
The public.
Of course.
I mean, I would have a different view of it if it's on a need basis.
Sure.
Because I realize that there are people that can't afford childcare.
We don't
But
provide any means.
I know who is in a lot of those places.
So, in that case, it's an expenditure towards physician recruitment, is that what you're saying?
No, might be teacher recruitment where both of them are working. So, that's an interesting page to me, the amount of money that we are subsidizing for those services.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have any other questions, I don't think at this point. Oh, yes, I do. And I think this one was brought up before. The $4 million loan for the Calvin Crook Center, that's from work that's already been done. Is it?
through your worship, yeah, that's a couple years old already.
Okay. That was the last one I had there.
Thank you.
On this viewing.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, can everybody go and turn to 117? Okay, this is 10 years. So where are we going to be in 10 years or next year?
117.
Are you there yet?
No, I'm just, these pages are.
Okay. Anyways, I looked at the graphs and I went, look at all the red. You've got parks that have gone from 615,000 to 1,178,000 in 10 years. So I just look at all the red and I goes, you know, when is the bleeding going to stop? Some of the things in the parks, I don't know. Like, is this for landscaping? They cutting the grass and everything? Because, am I right or am I wrong?
I don't know what you got.
Yeah, through your worship, we can get the detail to provide you the detail with what's included in the number, but
Well, I'm just looking at the simple things. If the city's running around town maintaining areas that when I was up on 6th Street, a guy said that I don't know why the city comes by, but they cut that grass in front of my yard and everything, and it's right next to a field. And I'm looking at things like that, and can't we just turn some of these areas where we're actually spending labor on mowing lawns and manicuring parks and stuff, and just let them go back to the way nature intended them to be? Is there a point in some areas, you know, that we could just not take care of our public property and just let it be natural?
One of the pieces of feedback we got last year, certainly from residential properties that weren't being maintained, as well as in some cases city property, was noxious weeds, and so residents in the community were really concerned about the spread of some of the noxious weeds in their coming from public property into their own properties. And so that just was one example of that, right? In terms of when you let it go, then you got another issue that comes by in terms of how do you control the noxious weeds and all that stuff. So anyway, just a comment.
What page are you on, Mark? I'm sorry.
So 117.
117.
Yeah. And then I looked at waste services. What are we doing in that department? Because that thing's gone down $205,000. I think whatever we're doing there, we should do everywhere else.
Well, through your worship, I think it was about 2007-8, we divested ourselves from container rentals because the private market could provide that service. So basically, what we did changed and was reduced.
What year did the regional district take over solid waste management for where we moved our? What's that?
Blair was there on this.
I can't remember.
I'm going to say it was before I got here, which was 2005.
Okay.
They were already doing it. So
I'll just jump back to parks and just wonder why that almost doubled in 10 years.
we can find that out for you.
And part of our subdivision development stuff says 5% of that subdivision is going to carry park requirements, and once they develop it, we look after it. And so over the course of years, the addition of additional parklands to the community and green space has added to that continually to us, right? Costa Park.
Notwithstanding Mark's inquiry about parts, but if you look at the total there and calculate it as a percentage increase, it's 5%, I calculate, just roughly, maybe less than 5%. And you think about wages over 10 years, compounded, I don't think overall it's not bad at all. It's just one or two things. You compare to wage increase, it gets to be pretty, so that's not bad.
So because it goes from 3.6 to 4.4 basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
then you work that as a percentage.
If that's not bad, what do you think about page 115?
Hope you're not going to extreme.
I'm not going to explain it, you just go ahead and look at it.
I see.
We had touched on the policing here earlier. There was, and I don't know where it is, and I don't have my notes on that. There was an average amount for a police officer for wages or whatever it was, but then there was a number that was for overtime, which I thought was more than half of what the wages were.
It's about 95,000.
So it was, I think it was 150,000 or something like that per officer. And
159.
yeah. So then we're paying that another $70,000 or $90,000 in overtime.
Yeah, the 159,000 is per member.
Yeah.
And the 90,000 is consolidated.
It's consolidated.
Yeah, it's not per member.
Okay. And then I also noted we had the same thing with the fire department where they had $200 and something thousand in overtime.
I'm not sure about the overtime, but they just completed their contract, and it was basically 2.5 over 4 years.
Okay. Public Works, I noticed, was way up as well. Did we add more staff to Public Works, or is most of that just in equipment?
Well, through your worship, I'll just make a comment. So 10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to think that you can keep costs at the same level, but your labor costs have certainly increased year over year. I think, I'm not even sure if there was any years where we had a 0% increase, plus your equipment costs, plus your fuel costs. Hopefully we'll see some fuel savings this year with the price of oil down, but yeah, it's difficult. And I mean, you can go into each service area, and very often the inventory of what the city manages has increased as well. It's not only cost increases, but inventory has managed as your community has grown too. So It's very difficult when you're trying to keep costs low. The thing is you have to have alignment right through the whole decision-making process. If you want to keep CPI at 1.9, BC was 0.9, then every agreement going forward, you can, you have to keep that
That's why.
ceiling, right? Which is very difficult to do, so.
Yeah. The reason I look at the 10 years is because I look what's happened in the past, and if history repeats itself, which it usually does, we can project those numbers. It's a guide. It's a guide to help us see where we are going to be in the future. And this is my whole point. If we're looking at almost doubling what it's costing for our police force, almost doubling what's going to be costing for our public works and our fire department, what's the tax rate going to be then? Can we afford all of that stuff in 5 years from now or 10 years from now? And I think that's all part of the fiscal gap where no, we can't afford that. So we actually, going through all of this budget, we really have to start looking at serious and sustainable ways of which we can make things operate better for us, and that's going to be, it's going to be a reduction. I won't say the word cut, but it's going to have to be a reduction in services. It's a reduction in services, or you raise taxes if you want to maintain the services that we have now. Something has to be done, because we have to be able to pay for those services now. If we can't afford to pay for them, then we got to seriously look at what we're going to be doing.
Well, correspondingly, since in the last 10 years, residential assessments increased by more than 200%, from 400 million to 1.2 billion, and commercial assessments gone from 120 million to 450 million. So we are seeing the growth in the community. We've seen 20% increase in number of portfolios in both, certainly in commercial, and residential portfolios has gone by 20% as well, from 4,000 to 4,700. So we're seeing that growth correspondingly as well, and so you can't, to me, look at it in isolation. But certainly the point I think all of us are concerned about is how that future looks for us in terms of revenues versus expenditures and affordability and all that stuff. So, thanks for that. Further comments, questions? So, Councillor Parsley, you have one more?
No, just a question about process, but I mean, I didn't look at this table that Mark refers to on page 115. I'm just commenting, did some calculations, 89% increase in firefighters costs in the 10 years. And yet if you talk to anybody in the community about firefighting and protected services in general, like police, they can't envisage a future with less.
No.
But I'm just saying, then community development, you might say, well, there's a 164% increase in community development. But maybe there was nothing, almost nothing was happening 10 years ago, right? But I do think we need to do a review of where we're going here. So the next meeting, what is the focus of the next meeting? Staff reports back on
All the changes that you have asked for today.
Yes.
And the discussion through the capital in detail.
Okay. So
Are we allowed to make more changes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Make changes.
This is an evolving process over the next 3 months, and we're going to have public.
Oh, I thought I was under the gun for a moment.
No.
We have generally, more often than not, council has made changes after the public meeting. You very often get something at the public meeting that leads you to another change.
Help guide it at this point, and then as we get into the public presentations and we understand it better, I think it's an evolving, living process until such time as we lock it in at the end of April.
Just
Councillor
a quick
Parsley?
question. I was surprised to see a budget for an oil gas conference. I thought we weren't going to be having
We're doing that one-day thing at the full.
our information session. So that 25,000 for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The timing was changed, I believe, but
Okay.
And you may not use all that money depending on the format you use, but.
Yeah.
Councillor Javetka?
To make a recommendation or a motion on things like portions of beautification, for example, there's nothing in here that defines the costs on beautification. And we don't know what the overall expenditures were in 2014. So how do we do that?
So, through your worship, I'll just ask, what's your definition of beautification?
Well, the flower pots around town, those big black ones on 8th Street, the stuff that's going on at Mile Zero Park, the hanging baskets, beautification. That's the normal person's perspective, not mine. Mine is pavement, so.
Right, right. So, when you get into the line item working trial balance, that's all the little numbers that in Appendix F.
That's
and
in
by
the
function.
engine, all this?
All that, yeah. If you go online, you can expand it so you can actually see it. But
Okay.
you will be able to see each of those line items. And if you're having trouble, just give me a call and I'll walk you through it.
Thank you. Further comments and questions? So we'll be back in a couple more weeks at our next date for our next budget meeting.
Yeah, through your worship. So the next budget meeting is February 16th. I'd like to apologize. The packages had a budget timeline, but when they were being put together, the image was a little bit bigger than the page. So we'll have those fixed for you. Yeah, I know. But anyway, let those details go. Just before we conclude, I would like to thank the senior staff and the finance department, because this is a really big package to put together in a month for council, and everybody basically jumped when I said I needed information, so I really appreciate their help, because we couldn't put it together if we weren't a team, so I gotta say that.
Thanks, Shelley. Jim?
So the next meeting is on the 16th of February?
Would it be
At what
possible
time?
for council to resolve to go into close out of this meeting to talk about intergovernmental relations? The MLA has returned.
Okay, perfect. So can we make get a motion to close? Councillor Parslow, Councillor
I'll second.
Rogers, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, everybody.